Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Good morning, couch potatoes. Good morning. Just a few minutes late today, but it's Monday, so I think I'm forgiven, right? No, so on the weekends, Elbow Feet and I share a desk and monitors and stuff, and he's busy killing zombies. So then all of my settings and everything get a little messed up. So it's just a matter of getting back in the swing of things. But how is everybody doing today? I hope you all had an amazing weekend. For me, it was short. It was not long enough, and that made me sad. But no, I had a good weekend. I was working on other shows. I watched, Big Brother, of course, which was a very exciting weekend for that. I also watched the last season of RuPaul's Drag Race, which was also fantastic and wonderful. And then I spent some time with family yesterday. Oh, that reminds me, you guys. So apparently, Mama Llama is on her way up here to bring something to my brother. So she's going to stop by just for a short while. So I will step away while she's here for like 20 minutes or whatever to hang out with her and catch up with her because she does live kind of far away. But I will leave the trial running for you guys. So just don't burn the channel down. It'll be all right. Let's say good morning to those in our chat. Good morning, Juju Bean. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We had fantastic weather up here in Ohio this week. It was gorgeous. It was low 80s with a wonderful breeze. It was so nice. And I hope it was like that in Kentucky for you guys too, because it's great. It's supposed to be like that all week today, which is amazing for August, because August is usually just oppressingly hot. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. You guys, this Thursday, True Crime and White Time, 8 p.m. on Thursday, Lady in Gray will be joining me again as a special guest co-host to finish up part 2 of the John List Nightmare. So if you didn't watch last Thursday, definitely go watch that so you're all caught up for what we go over on Thursday, because it is a wild ride. And I will probably have just as many rants. So, yeah, I'm excited for her to join me again on Thursday. There's Juju. You had to travel to Lexington. Okay, look at you traveling. Are you listening to us in the car? I hope so, but also remember to be safe. 80s Music Man, good morning. Good morning. Oh, skipped over Angie. Hey, Angie, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing great. There's Dave. Good morning, Dave, who also lives in a beautiful part of the world. He shared some pictures with us in Discord, and I am very jealous of his view every day. Hope you had a great weekend riding the bike. Teresia, good morning. Look at our little roll call. I love that. It's like I'm a teacher. Good morning, Teresia. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Okay, you guys. So we are going to be starting with the Commonwealth rested their case on Friday, because we're still doing the Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson trial. And the Commonwealth rested on Friday for us. And so today we're going to be hearing the defense's case in chief. Now, remember, there's 2 defendants and there's 2 lawyers, 2 sets of lawyers, one for Brooks, one for Joseph. Now, Brooks' attorneys, they went ahead and did an opening statement, but Joseph's lawyers did not. They said, no, thank you. We'll wait. We'll do ours before, after prosecution ramps up, which is very interesting. They can do that. I've never seen that done before. I'm sure it happens. Actually, now I think about it, I don't know how many trials I've watched where there were multiple defendants being tried together. Usually they're tried separately in the ones I've watched. But anyway, so his lawyers did say that, yeah, we're going to need like 30 minutes and then the defense will present their case. How they're doing that, I don't know. If like they're jointly doing the same witnesses, or if Brooks are doing some of theirs and then Joseph's side will be doing some. I don't really know how this is supposed to work out here. So we're all going to see it for the first time together, which is exciting. You did have a good time on the brain. I saw we had rain black, which Lady in Gray said above you. You have a great brain too, Dave. It's fine. No, I'm glad you had a good weekend. And I'm sorry you got rain, Lady in Gray. Too. Happy Monday, everybody. So the defense is presenting their case. This trial we will wrap up on Wednesday. Should be their opening, or I'm sorry. Everybody's got a case of the Mondays today. By everybody, I mean me. Anyway, this trial wraps up on Wednesday. Now I'm planning on doing Steve Lawson's trial right afterwards, but there is another trial that I'm interested in where jury selection starts today. So depending how long that goes, if we're not that far behind, we may just pop in and watch that trial and then come back to Steve Lawson when we have a gap, because I've already covered what happened in Steve's trial. Now, I definitely want to watch Steve's trial because remember, there's a lot of heated arguments between the lawyers and Stephen takes a stand. So it's always fantastic to watch a defendant take the stand because it's like, this is the worst decision you can ever make ever. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this new trial that's coming out. It's a Georgia trial about a man who killed and dismembered his wife. So I'm going to look into it, keep an eye on it. And if we're not too far behind, we might start that one. So that is Mama Llama bringing you cheesecake. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. She did say she was bringing stuff, but I don't know what that means. So, so we might do that. But for now, let's get into it. This is going to be 1, 2, 2.5, 3, 4, like 4.5 hours today. So we're not going to be here super long. As long as they didn't cut it. Now, I know they end the day early, but I don't know if there's hours missing in between because boy, oh boy, does this channel like to do that. And it's so much fun. I love it. All right, kiddos, let me put up closed captions so I don't forget. Move that up here. All right, friends, let's go. And like I said, I will have to step away once Mama Llama gets here, but I will happily leave this running. Good morning, Amos. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope the new kitties are going well. Amos got 2 new kitties who are so cute. Though they get more of her time than I do now, which I'm not happy about. But what are you going to do? I'm not a cute, soft kitten, so.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Good morning.
Do you swear?
Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yesterday at the close of the Commonwealth's case, I made a determination that I must give you the following admonition. The testimony that Heather Snelling gave about overhearing a conversation between Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson shall not be considered as evidence against Brooks Houck. That evidence can only be considered as against Joseph Lawson. All right, are you ready to give your opening?
I am.
Proceed when you're ready.
May it please the court, counsel, Joey, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Joey Lawson was not guilty of tampering with physical evidence and was not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. He has not made any sort of agreement to move a car or a body. He hasn't been involved in any sort of homicide of any kind, and he was not on that Bluegrass Parkway. This case is about collateral damage. For Joey Lawson, he is the collateral damage in this case. The vast majority of the evidence you've heard over the last week and really going into this week has been irrelevant to Joey Lawson. In fact, I think we listened to testimony for almost 2 days before we even heard his name mentioned. His life and the lives of some of the witnesses that you've seen testify are examples of what the government is willing to do in order to accomplish their objective, which is to prosecute.
Oh, look, it looks like
Brooks
I'm
Houck.
giving it. This guy is lacking enthusiasm, sir. Well, thank you, Amy. Oh, look, they did a PowerPoint. He didn't bring out a piece of paper.
So I'm not going to rehash everything that we've gone over the last week and going into this week. But I do think it's worth looking at what is some of the most objective evidence that you'll see in this case. And that comes in two forms. One is the forensic evidence, and then the other one is the cell phone data. Okay. We'll start here with before I start here, that objective evidence is what is the measuring stick when you are on the fence and you're weighing testimony and things like that. When you are looking at that testimony and trying to see what, while you're weighing it, take a look at the objective evidence and use that as a measuring stick. And so the first one is the forensic evidence. And we heard from Detective Snow earlier on. And as far as Joey Lawson's case goes, this is what was established. Overall, there just was no forensic evidence indicating Joey was in Krista's car. But let's break that down, right? What that means is that there was no DNA in that car that linked Joey Lawson to being in that car. There was no trace evidence.
True.
And if you recall, there was a fingerprint that was on Crystal Rogers' phone. And that was compared to Joey Lawson's fingerprint, and he was excluded. There was also a palm print on the rear view mirror, and Joey Lawson was also excluded for that. And I want to emphasize too that the objective evidence here, that's the forensic evidence and the cell phone data that we're going to go over more of, it's free of perjury. It doesn't have drug problems. It's not high. It's not on meth. It hasn't been coerced. And that's why it's the measuring stick, right?
Sir.
So we're going to talk more about the cell phone data.
Good
So we
morning,
heard from
Pam.
Detective O'Daniel. And these are kind of the high points as far as, as applied to the Joey Lawson's case.
Oh.
First, you heard towards the end of his testimony that he had no opinion as far as general location is concerned on Joey Lawson. You also heard that he didn't, included in his analysis was not tower dumps. And that's, the availability of those tower dumps and the data and the quality of it was discussed also. Either way, that those tower dumps were not put in his analysis, but also Nilos data was not put in his analysis. Nilos is, you've probably heard about it shortly a little bit. It's a proprietary type of stuff, data by AT&T. We'll hear more about it, but that is a piece that is missing from his analysis. I want to focus really on just what he did testify to, and I want to focus on his report.
Ugh, they're just going to put stuff all in our way.
And so his report lately also point out too that so when I was taking notes on the opening statement of the Commonwealth at the beginning, it seems like forever ago, a week ago, for when they began, they said that the cell phone evidence is critical, right? And I absolutely agree with them on that, and that's why ultimately I'm going over this, and you will hear more about it.
It's very harsh like this early in the morning.
And so that's also why it's critical to go over Tim O'Daniel's report and his testimony. And this is straight from his report. And I did highlight that bottom part right there. That's what I've added. But the purpose of his analysis, so he's given a purpose statement, what was guiding him when he was doing his analysis. But I think it's not just, if we see that highlighted part of the sentence, it says that what he was basing his analysis on was cell sites, but the key part here, sectors used. And so it's not just cell site data, but it's also sectors used. And he did include that in his report. I don't know that he factored it into his final opinion. Well, let's have a look at some other maps that he had. So this is, again, straight from his report. This is a blown up, large view, zoomed out, if you will, view of the map and all the towers in that general area in 2015. The reason why this map in particular is important because it shows you the broad swath of land, okay, especially in this area up here, up north, and then also down here, but in particular up here, that you should pay attention to because it shows you that if you're a cell phone that is going around in this area, you don't have very many options when it comes to cell phones to select. Because cell phones are constantly looking for the clearest and the best signal. And that's relevant to some of the conversations you all heard about topology and geographic barriers and things like that, RF signals. So some of the overlay I have, this is stuff that I've added in here just to make it clear in case it was not.
That's right.
And you'll see another map here in a little bit that's going to zoom in.
Ozzy Posborn and Lucifer.
Okay.
I love it. I suggested Lucifer. I didn't think she was going to use
Bluegrass
it.
Parkway. It's down here. And I also do this because I recognize I'm sure a lot of you may not be familiar with this area. Maybe you are, but sometimes we can take it for granted that people are familiar with maps we've been looking at for years at this point. Okay, so this is a zoomed out version. And then the circles you'll see here, they are highlighting and emphasizing really the three towers that we're about to see in the next slide. But seeing this, making sure that you see the context in which those towers are sitting, and also, the direction that the sectors are pointing in is really important. All right, so this is the next slide. And this is, again, straight from Detective O'Daniel's report. And this report, as you all can see, just for orientation purposes, we've got Boston Road, Bluegrass Parkway. And as Mr. Lasowski pointed out in opening statements, use your common sense. When you're looking at this map, use your common sense.
This
All
guy.
those towers are facing north. Boston Road is north. Bluegrass Parkway is south. And particularly important here are these two towers right here. Obviously, they are north of Bluegrass Parkway. And you heard some testimony about a Chrysler 300. And you heard testimony from Ms. Snellen that she took that Chrysler 300. And remember, Ms. Snellen and Steve Lawson, they had financed this Chrysler 300 through Capital One. And then she also testified that she took that car back because there was a dispute about who was going to possess it. But she took that back and she drove it to 7645 Boston Road, which was Mr. Gent's grandfather's house. And that's important because there's other things that, well, it corroborates what we see in the cell phone data further. When we look at Steve Lawson's search history, when we look at who he called, and you heard the testimony about the 1-800 number. That was an outgoing call from Steve Lawson, and that call was to Capital One.
Right, because he's trying to get this car
And you
situation
can imagine
under
why
control.
somebody would be calling Capital One when the car is financed through Capital One. They're looking at what they can do to repossess it, whatever it may be. The point is that is all consistent and corroborated. That's not just the cell data. That's corroborated by the text messages and actions. Well, I should say that's not just corroborated by the location data, but the text messages and phone calls that were going on at the time. And then this is what I mean by common sense. And it can be difficult because, so this arrow down here at the bottom, that's Tim O'Daniel's original arrow. And that's not wrong. West, okay? Going from east to west, that's not wrong. It's just, if you just move this arrow up here, then hopefully that'll be a better visual for you. But all he testified to as far as, he testified to something that's consistent with the data, which is east to west, and then from there, west to east. But that same trajectory, the same path can be east to west up here. So it's not inconsistent. All right, and then we heard also testimony from Detective O'Daniel, and the question, let me make sure I'm going to quote the question correctly. The question posed to Detective O'Daniel, is it possible that a phone would be traveling down Bluegrass Parkway and be hitting off that side of the tower? And what he was referring to in that context was hitting off this side, okay, the back side, in other words, the south side. The response from Detective O'Daniel is that quote sitting right there, which is somewhat possible. Somewhat possible. Common sense. The towers, the reason why these sectors, the reason why you see that display right there, is because the signal is coming from the north. Okay? Somewhat possible. Certainly not probable. And that's not with no degree of certainty that I would bet on. So again, use your common sense when you look at this, and I agree with the Commonwealth when it comes to not jettisoning that when you are given the case finally to deliberate about things. But in conclusion, as you continue to review the evidence in this case, remember the government's burden of proof. Okay, it's proof beyond reasonable doubt, and it's for every single element of every single offense. And at the conclusion of that case, we're confident that once you have all the evidence and you've gotten a chance to look at everything, and you guys are going to have a lot of evidence to look at,
Go ahead, Ankita.
that you will conclude, just as we have, that Joey Lawson is not guilty. Okay? He's not guilty of temporal and physical evidence. He is not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Okay? Thank you.
Sir, you've had how long to work on that? I give you a C-. All good points, but your presentation is not great. You do not sound very confident at all, even though your points are very valid, good points. But like, yikes.
The defense prosecutor Keith Farley. Yes, sir.
Oh, Keith Farley. I'm just saying, he's had 7 days to work on that. And it wasn't even that long. It was what, a whole freaking 10 minutes? All right, Keith Farley.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm
Do
the
you
testimony
swear?
you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I love it so
Thank
much.
you, sir. You'll have a seat right over there.
Do
Try to
you
sit as close
swear?
to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Shoring, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Heath Farthing.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Keith?
I'm an independent canine consultant and a
Or
canine
Keith.
trainer with over 35 years of experience.
Okay. And where do you live, sir?
I live in Peru, Indiana.
Oh,
Could you please
Peru.
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
Close to
your
Delphi,
education,
Indiana.
experience, both occupational and
Oh, his name is
in the
Heath,
field,
not
in the
Keith.
area of canine scent detection training and
Sorry,
deployment?
Heath.
Yes, sir. I'm a certified California Post, which is Police Officer Standards Training Commission instructor and evaluator. I have worked in the industry for 30 plus years. I'm a master trainer and certifier for a department called STAR, which is Search Tactics and Rescue Recovery, which trains and certifies and evaluates cadaver dog teams, live
Our
scent
buddy
teams,
drinking
tracking and
Gatorade.
training teams, as well as horses that are trained to do HRD.
Okay. And sir, what about your past occupational history? If you could just give them an idea of some of the things you've done.
I was United States Marine. I was a criminal investigator. I worked with the drug suppression team at Camp Pendleton for 4 years, working undercover narcotics, as well as a canine instructor for the Military Special Forces, United States Marine Corps,
Oh,
and several other agencies around the world.
Okay. Sir, during your prior employment in law enforcement, did you utilize canines in detecting scents in criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to testify in state and or federal courts in the past in trials and hearings regarding the use of canines in scent detection?
Yes, I have.
the other guy only did
Were
one
you
time.
involved in any way in some of the deployments surrounding the 9/11 tragedy?
Yes, sir, I was.
If you could explain that to the jury, please.
I was notified from Ground Zero on the 12th by a gentleman by the name of Colonel Ahern,
Yes.
requesting the utilization of
Yes.
human remains detection dogs at Ground Zero. I mobilized and utilized and did all the logistics and deployment for 17 teams out of the San Diego County area.
Sir, in this case, I'm sorry if I've already asked you this question. Have you testified, had the opportunity to testify in court as an expert in canine detection, scent detection in previous cases?
Yes, sir, I have.
Hmm.
Sir, in this case, in our request, we contacted you some time ago and asked you to assist on this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you get paid for your work in those cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much?
In this particular case,
$400,000.
one of the things you did was examine a report given to you by us from Kerry Benjamin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that gentleman's deposition was played here earlier in the trial. And he indicated he worked for Lone Star Search and Rescue.
Correct.
That search was conducted on May 21st, 2016. Let me ask you some questions that have come up. First of all, what is search dog
Shane Burgess.
certification and what is that process for the jury, please?
A search dog certification is taking a handler and a team through an evaluation process that has been regulated by an entity. There's several different entities across the United States and across the world, but they all maintain their own standards of certification and evaluation for the handler as well as the dog, and gives them a score of pass or fail based on success or failure rates within that event.
Okay, and are there different types of scent training that occurs? For instance, to train a drug dog, to train a human's remain dog, to train a live scent dog, are those different training processes that the dogs have to go through?
Yes, sir, they are.
And how extensive are those training processes?
They're extremely extensive.
Okay, there was testimony earlier during that deposition that the dog involved in this case was cross-trained. Do you know what that means?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you please explain to the jury what that means?
A cross-trained dog, for this instance, is a dog that's trained for live scent to find live humans, as well as human remains detection, which is any elements of the deceased human corpse.
Do you personally, sir, recommend cross-training or cross-certification of canines?
No, sir, I do not.
Could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why that is?
Yes, sir. During 9/11, we found that the majority of the cross-trained certified dogs that were deployed to Ground Zero and to the rubble piles were having difficulties properly identifying whether it was a live scent or a live human body or a deceased corpse that they were alerting on. Based on the environments they were working in, the majority of the time that a dog would get a cross-trained HRD dog would get an alert, we would utilize assets to try and recover a live person, only to find out that it was actually a deceased person. So we're utilizing and wasting man hours looking. We were trying to find live people to survive, to let them survive. But what ended up happening was we were wasting assets and resources, only recovering dead, deceased individuals.
Sir, what is FEMA?
It's a federal emergency management authority.
Okay, do they recommend cross-training dogs?
Since 9/11, no, they actually found that it was a major inconvenience to utilize cross-trained dogs in situations.
Because of the issue that you
Because
just
of the
talked
issues
about.
that we found about.
What is CARDA?
It's California Association Rescue Dog Association.
Yes, sir. Do they recommend cross-training dogs?
No, they don't.
And when you train dogs, do you ever cross-train dogs?
No, when we do human remains detection dogs, a human remains detection dog solely. We do cross-train dogs for tracking of live people and narcotics, for instance, but those are two completely separate training behaviors.
Yes, sir. What is a false response or false alert?
A false alert is when the dog is deployed into a certain search area, and at the time, the dog will give an indication that the presence of the target odor, the trained odor that they're trying to locate, is not present. So the dog will go up and have a conditioned response, whether it's sit down, bark, scratch, any of those items, that the dog will go there and make that trained alert, and there is nothing present that would allow that to be justified.
And is one of the objectives to training these animals to try to minimize or eliminate those false alerts?
Yes, it is to minimize it.
And sir, in your experience, are dog handlers who are going to be deployed and use these types of animals, are they required to gather and retain training records on the dogs?
Yes, they are.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what types of records you're talking about?
The training records are started the day that the dog begins its initial type of training. And it is to document how many repetitions in a certain task of sitting at a box for a target odor, for instance, if we're training for that. How many times the dog was correct and how many times the dog was incorrect.
No matter what, they're
We
good boys.
continue that training records and the documentation for the life of the dog's working capacity.
Okay, and then do you retain sometimes after the dog passes away?
Typically, it's 7 to 10 years.
In case cases come up where the testimony is required
Yes, sir.
for that dog. And that kind of brings me to my next question. Those records that are retained that you were just talking about, in your experience, are they given to attorneys prior to trial so they can examine the training history of the dog?
Yes, and if it's an extensive amount of time that the dog's been in service, typically we have a digital copy that we just transfer over instead of handing years and decades of binders over for people to evaluate.
And have you done that in cases that you've testified in?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way to evaluate whether or not a dog's been properly trained or how many false alerts they've had or anything like that without these records?
No, so there's not.
Okay, sir, you've reviewed Terry Benjamin's report, and you've also reviewed, and correct me if I'm wrong, but some photographs from a search of the vehicle, the white Buick in this case, of the carpet that had been removed and things like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
My question is, under these circumstances, there's evidence has come in this case that this vehicle was forensically processed some 14 days or so prior to the dog search in the case, with the use of alternative light sources. A number of officers were involved in this search. The carpet was removed from the trunk of this vehicle. There was all that evidence has come in during the course of trial. In your opinion, could the reliability of an alert by a dog under these circumstances be affected by that prior search?
Absolutely.
And if you could explain to the jury how that could have happened.
When the individuals are actually searching a vehicle, there are skin wraps and skin cells, hair follicles, saliva, gases emitting from their mouth. There's all sorts of things that are being transferred
No, we are
from one
disgusting.
individual that's involved in that type of search into the environment in which they're searching. Once that search has been completed and that vehicle has been sealed up, those articles or that the scent picture, I guess, would stay present in that vehicle, maintained by the seals around the vehicle, as well as the heat and the ambient influences of the environment around.
Okay, and just kind of continuing with that line of questioning, there's also been evidence in this case that a detective picked up Mr. Benjamin at a show with his dog, put them both in his car, and transported them from this show about 10 or 15 minutes to the scene where the search was to be conducted.
Did not tape
That
it.
detective who
Record
transported
it, I
them
mean.
had participated and been present at the earlier search. In your opinion, could that have affected a potential alert by the dog during the subsequent search?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
The dog is being given a familiar scent on a repetition basis, which allows him to understand that it's present in both environments. So the present in the vehicle that he's riding in, as well as the presence of the odor within the subject vehicle. During the search, there was no discriminatory article that was presented for the dog to target or identify as a proper, I guess you'd say, target odor, something to properly look for.
All right. There was also testimony during the deposition that the dog was rewarded after it did its alert. Do dogs get awarded if they do a search and do not make an alert typically?
Typically, no.
Sir, does the FBI, in your experience, have trained search dogs for human remains detection?
Yes, sir. Regionally, they usually do.
And there is an FBI office by there.
And sir, as we indicated towards the beginning, you're being paid for your work in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your typical hourly rate?
$250.
All right.
Pretty
Have we
cheap.
agreed to a flat fee in this case?
Yes, we have
And what is that amount?
$10,000.
Holy
Does
shit.
that amount affect whether or not you're going to come in and tell the truth in this case?
No, sir, it does not.
How do you get $10,000?
In addition to the testimony you've given, first of all, do you know about how long we've been working together on this case and consulting?
I believe since February.
And were you given lots of other additional documents and materials in this case to review that later did not become relevant, that are different than what you've testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, that's all the questions I have.
Thank
I
you.
thought you were going to say like
No problem.
$2,000. You just read stuff. I mean, I feel he's more. I found Terry Benjamin to be credible too. I think he's trying to do great things, of course. I don't have a problem with that guy, but this guy does have a lot more like good, credible experience here. I don't think Terry was trying to be
Good morning, Mr. Carter.
deceitful
No,
in
sir.
any way, but this guy does have more
You
weight.
still work at Von Lincoln Kennels?
I have not worked there since 2019.
Okay. I used to work in narcotics up in Louisville.
Oh, all
They,
right.
They bought a lot of dogs for y'all.
Yes,
Really
sir, you
good
guys
dogs, too. I'm going to be the first to admit to you that this is not an ideal situation. I'm going to move over there. Is it okay? I'm more
You're more
comfortable
than
being on
welcome
the
to,
left.
Okay. Let's see Steve's or Shane's magic.
And
Magic.
that things could have been done better. Okay, I'm not here to. I agree with you 100%. Okay, you're a former Marine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Navy.
I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
sorry.
I just have a few questions for you. Okay. The dog in this case, I believe the testimony was it was a dual trained dog.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that after 9/11 that FEMA did not recommend cross-training or dual trained dogs. Is that correct? All right. This dog was certified by NASA. Are you familiar with NASA?
Yes,
Okay. Is that a credible organization?
relatively.
Okay. And it's a 2-year certification.
Correct.
Is correct. So in 2016, it would still be, if it got certified in 2015, it would still have been certified in 2016. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. So this dog was trained in Lawson and human remain detection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it had 2 different alerts. Are you familiar with that?
There's no documentation to substantiate that he had 2 different train
I
alerts.
think it was testified in the deposition.
Okay.
Okay. And could you explain to ladies and gentlemen why you would train a dog to have 2 different alerts in Lawson versus human remains detection?
The purpose of that is to identify the dog's ability to recognize the difference in odor. So if the dog is trained to sit for live human remains and then down for live scent, sitting, and then downing for human remains or barking.
Okay. And it was also testified in deposition that it was trained to search for live humans and then switch to HRD.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to call it HRD.
That's
If
right.
that's okay.
A lot of money.
Is that typical?
It's typical, but again, there's no documentation to substantiate that there was a separation of
Gotcha.
search.
Well, I'm saying that's what was testified in the deposition. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So is that typical?
Is it-
For us to be trained to live find first and then to search for human remains?
Yes, we want to recover a live human.
Yes. Yes. I know you talked about 9/11, and after 9/11 there was problems that the dogs were alerting on dead people.
I mean, it's a mess.
And you thought it was live, and you always spend time, or whoever was there, spend time with getting a person who was deceased already. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it was actually alerting on a dead person before it was a live person. Is that correct? Okay. And was that one of the recommended changes after 9/11? If you did have a dual trained dog, to have 2 different alerts?
No, it was actually recommended that you have 2 different dogs.
Okay. So there are search and rescue teams that still use dual dogs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the ones is the Chesapeake Bay Search and Rescue. Are you familiar with them?
No, I'm not familiar with Chesapeake Bay.
All right. And the Maryland State Police. Are you familiar with them?
No.
Okay. You're not familiar with the Maryland State Police?
I'm familiar that they have a police department. I'm not familiar that they have a search and rescue program.
Now, prior processing, you said prior processing can affect the dog's ability to smell. Is that correct?
Not their ability to smell, it's their ability to differentiate between the individuals that are present in the environment.
Okay. And one of the things they use is luminol. Are you familiar with luminol?
Yes, I am.
Okay. There's studies out there that actually talk about the use of luminol does not affect the dog's ability to detect odors. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
That's interesting.
So the processing of the vehicle may not have affected this at all, correct?
That's not completely correct because we're looking at live human scent
Right.
particles that are emitting in skin wraps and hair cells
Right.
that are emitting from the search individuals.
And this dog,
Presence.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. It's so the presence of the people in that environment, not the chemicals that they are using. It's
And that's a live human scent, correct?
correct.
Okay, so the dog, if the dog was properly trained and it would indicate, it would have given a live human.
It should have.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
It
sir.
should
So
have
it would-
detected live human odor at the presence.
Yes, sir. It should be able to distinguish between the people processing the car and the person who is deceased. Is that correct?
If it's given a target odor for it to look for live human odor, yes. And
Yes.
during the search, it was done.
Okay. Now, you testified that it was problematic for Detective Brooks to ride over with the dog. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with bloodhounds?
Very much so.
Okay. And when there's a search and rescue thing going on, right, and they have bloodhound people out there searching stuff, isn't it true that they actually bring the bloodhounds and let them smell the people they're with?
Yes.
Okay, and that's to distinguish between the odors, correct?
It's for discriminatory.
They don't want it. They don't want it. Oh, I'm sorry. They don't want it alerting on the person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Which is essentially what would have happened here, correct? That the officer drove over with a dog who would have gotten familiar with the scent, and then they go out there to the car, right?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Because that's a trained response that they do at the beginning of a search.
Mhm.
So they introduce the search team to the dog.
Hey friends,
Then the dog will
Mama
go
Llama's
out
here,
and do
so I'm
a
gonna
scent
step away for
discrimination,
just a little while,
walk
but
around
I'll be back.
everybody, and then they'll
Take
deploy
notes.
the dog to
If anything
the front or into the down
good
the
happens,
side.
just put it in.
Well, in a similar fashion, this dog rolled all the way over where, so the detective would have been a familiar scent with him, right?
The dog would recognize his scent before any others, yes.
Okay. Now, do you have to have blood, saliva, hair, skin cell tissues, something in the vehicle for the dog to alert on HRD?
Yes.
It would not just alert on the odor of a decomposing body.
Without the documentation of the training records that substantiate the dog's threshold to detect at that level, I can't answer that.
I'm just asking in general, okay?
Each individual dog is different, and that's based off their training records.
Is it possible that a dog would alert, just say a great dog, okay? HRD dog, live scent dog, could detect the scent of just decomposition?
I'm not going to hypothesize about that unless we're talking about an individual dog and this dog's specific capabilities, and without documentation, we can't justify.
I'm just asking about a dog. Say it's the greatest dog in the world. Is it possible?
I'm not going to
Just
hypothesize.
yes. Please answer the question.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes.
Okay. You were paid how much? $10,000?
Yes,
To
sir.
be here today?
Yes, sir. Not just today, it's for the evaluation of the case.
We've been going for about 25 minutes, 20 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, dogs are right. I want to talk about dogs' noses, okay?
Okay.
I don't know a lot about dogs. I have a German Shepherd that is probably too much dog for me, to be honest with you. But it's based on the dog's ability to smell. How good it is based on the length of its snout. Is that one of the things?
That's one of the determining
Like a
factors.
pug is probably not going to be as good as a German Shepherd.
It's genetically not as proficient, but we've trained pit bulls for exposure
Right. You train-
in Afghanistan.
You
So
train any pugs?
no, I'm not trained.
Okay.
Not for
All right.
detection. No.
Okay. So,
Chihuahuas, yes.
and it ranges somewhere between 100 million and 300 million, right? Their ability to smell. I don't know what the term
Parts per billion is
Parts per
actually, it's
billion.
2 parts per billion.
And it's 100 billion to 300 billion
Correct.
parts, correct?
Correct.
Dogs, labs or German shepherds or Belgians or something like that may have a higher number, right?
It's an average of all dogs.
Oh, okay. So 100 to 300. Okay, is an average for all dogs. And humans are only what, 6 million?
Roughly.
Okay. And do you know Sherman?
Yeah.
Sherman Dotson. Do you know Sherman Dotson?
Sherman Dodson?
Yes. Okay. And I spent a lot of time with Sherman back when I was in Louisville. And Sherman explains it to this dogs, the way they smell to me, and tell me if you think he's off. Okay. All right. So when I walk into a house and I'm making a pot of vegetable soup, you know what I'm getting ready to say?
Yes.
I smell vegetable soup, right?
Correct.
And when the dog walks in the house, he doesn't necessarily smell vegetable soup, but he'll smell potatoes, he'll smell onions, tomato, whatever you put in vegetable soup. They're able to distinguish those particles out, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that a good way to explain it?
Yeah, we call it chicken soup theory.
Chicken
Yes.
soup theory? Okay, all right, I got you. Now, if the dogs, does your dogs get rewards if they don't alert?
If they don't alert me.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's kind of, you don't want to reward that behavior, right?
Well, that's correct.
Because it's positive reinforcement is basically the way these dogs are trained. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It goes way back to Pavlov or whatever.
That would be in theory.
Yes, yes. Sir. Well,
Conditioning.
and Mr. Pollan, it's not your testimony here that there is no way that this dog could have detected human remains. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Say
It's
that
not
again.
your testimony that the dog, this Rhodesian Ridgeback, the 4-year-old, there's no way it could have detected human scent. Is that correct? You're not saying it's impossible for it to have.
I'm saying that. I'm
sorry.
say that again.
I'm probably not asking.
No, you're not asking it correctly.
Sorry.
For me.
All right.
Yeah, I'm a
No, that's okay. So you're not saying it's impossible for this dog to have alerted on HRD?
At the scene with the white vehicle
Yes,
that
sir.
we're talking about? No, I'm not saying it's impossible.
I really do appreciate it, Mr. Ron. Thank you very much for answering my questions today.
Mr. Coleman, any redirect, Mr. Short?
Sir, just one final question. In this case, the forensic search of this vehicle, as you're aware, was performed prior to the dog search, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, in your experience, is that typical chronology of how those events occur? Or is the forensic search done after the dog search?
Typically, the forensic search is done after the canine search, after the positive alert on a location. Then they would bring in the forensics team to justify or recover evidence in the situation.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks, sir.
Any further recross?
No, sir.
Any questions? Any questions from any jurors? So write it down. Let me see counsel at the bench. Thank you. The juror is asking, even though it's not recommended in your expert opinion, do you still think dogs can be successfully cross-trained is the question.
That's fine. Yeah, that's a good question.
The juror has this question. Even though it's not recommended in your expert opinion, do you still think dogs can be successfully cross-trained?
In my experience in the industry, no, I don't. We've seen one individual from Russia that comes over and visits in San Francisco and trains, that even after 15 years, she's still having extreme difficulties with reliability of her dog in cross-training the dogs. A lot of the times it's performed as a cost-effective measure for handlers having one dog for 2 disciplines.
Based upon that question, any redirect, any recross?
Yes. No, sir, I don't have any requests.
No further questions? Any other questions? Any other questions from the jurors? May this witness be finally excused.
Subject to recall.
You're subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense will call Porter Hendricks.
Porter Hendricks. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. If you have a seat right over there, try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Shoring, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Hendricks.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name?
My name is Porter Hendricks.
Mr. Hendricks, you and I have spoken several times on the telephone, correct?
Yes,
Okay. What city do you live in now?
Van Grove.
Okay. And what's your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Okay. And where'd you retire from?
I retired at the military,
What branch were you in?
Army,
And how long were you in, sir?
20 years.
And what was your position in the Army?
I was a 19 Delta. I was a platoon sergeant.
Okay. Sir, are you also a coon hunter?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony in this trial about coon hunting. And we've heard a little bit about it, but could you please briefly describe how a coon hunt goes?
Yes. Well, now this particular thing, what we do is we on a competition hunt. This is a UKC hunt. This is a competition hunt, and I brought them to a club out of North Central Coon Hunting Club in E-Town.
Okay.
And every so often we have a UKC hunt, and you come in, you sign up, and you draw out and you go out on the hunt.
And sir, there are certain rules about these raccoon hunts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does one of those rules have to do with whether or not the party, the human beings, stay together or
Yeah.
separate?
Yes, we have to stay together.
Okay. And when you stay together, about how close are you all supposed to stay together during the hunt?
No more than 20 feet apart. Yes,
Okay.
we have to be in eyesight distance at all times.
Okay. And then what is the objective of the hunt?
The objective of the hunt is to take your dog out and you tree a coon.
The dog trees a coon?
The dog trees the coon. The dog is really what it's all about in this hunt.
Okay. Now, sir, you were interviewed by the FBI in this case on June 28th of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in 2019, had you ever been interviewed by anybody before this?
No.
Did they show you, the FBI, when they spoke with you, did they show you a scorecard from that night to refresh your recollection?
They did.
Sir, I'm going to hand you an exhibit that's already been introduced in this trial. It's number 58. And you can take it, sir. And ask, can you identify what that is?
This is a scorecard.
Okay. And the scorecard that you were given, does your name appear on that anywhere?
Right here where it says Hard Time Buck, Hamlin, Porter Indians.
Okay.
And on.
All right. And Hard Time Buck, is that the name of the dog you were using that night?
That was the name of the dog. Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking up here, can you tell who was the judge that night? Up here?
The judge is right here, Ryan Cecil.
Yes, sir. That was what I was asking you.
Yeah.
These other two gentlemen that you got paired up with that night, let me ask you this. Do you all pick who you're going to go out and hunt with that night, or does the club assign it?
No, we don't. You don't pick who you go out with. It's just like when you deal cards. They put them in there, and if it's forecast, the president, he will throw a name in, until we, and they're down. You don't know who you're hunting with.
Yes, sir. And this night, July 3rd of 2015, the two individuals you got paired up with, Ryan Cecil and Dan Donahue, did you know them well?
No,
Okay. What county were you living in at that time?
I was living in Meade County.
Okay. Sir, do you know Brooks Houck, Joey Lawson, Crystal Rogers, any of the people related in this case at all?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm going to ask you about that night, what you recall. We all know that it's been a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke to the FBI back in 2019, they indicated they were going to ask you about this night, showed you the scorecard. You remember it being a rainy night that night?
It was, yes, it had been raining.
All right. Who won the hunt that night? Which one of the dogs won the hunt?
I did. Hard Time Buck.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you remember during the course of that hunt walking on a road to get back to where you all hunt, like a logging road or a gravel road?
Yes, when we pulled in, we actually drove up so far, and then we got out. We walked, and Cut the dogs loose.
Do you remember that evening seeing any vehicles on that road?
No.
Do you remember that evening while you were out there hearing anything unusual like gunshots or screams or anything like that?
No, sir.
And do you remember seeing anybody else out there on that road other than you and your partner?
No, sir.
And again, sir, the first time you were interviewed about this was September of 2019.
Say it again.
First time you were interviewed about this was September of 2019 by the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Any cross?
Just to be, hey, Steve, can I have that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hendricks. How are you?
Fine.
Give me 1 second, okay? I just gotta look at this real quick here. Okay, Mr. Hendricks, I don't have a lot of questions for you. And had you ever been to this farm?
No, I have not.
Okay, all right, okay. And was it, while you were out there, was it raining?
While we was out there, it was not raining. It had stopped raining.
Okay, so it's your testimony, it wasn't raining when you were out there?
No, it was not. It
Okay.
stopped raining.
Okay. And who did you ride with going there?
I don't know which one guy was driving, but I was
Right.
riding
Riding with one of them?
with one of them. Yes, we was
Okay.
all riding together.
Okay. And you said you drove up the road, is that right?
Yes. To
Okay.
a certain point, then we turned it off.
About how far did you drive up the road, you think?
I don't remember.
Would it have been like, I don't know, 50 yards, 100 yards,
Maybe 200 yards.
200 yards?
Yeah, it could have been because we pulled off the road there.
Sir, do you remember there being a gate about 20 yards in that was locked?
I don't.
You don't remember
No
that?
gate was locked. No,
You
sir.
don't remember that?
No.
Okay. And do you remember you remember the FBI guy come talk to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him back in July of 2019 that there was a period of time where you were separated from the other hunters?
No, I don't remember that because we was.
If I show it to you, would it help refresh?
Yes.
I need to back up real quick, Mr. Hendricks, if we can. This would have been back in 2019, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I don't want you to read this out loud, okay? I want you to read it to yourself, okay?
Yes.
All right, because we just talked about, you remember about going up the road and parking, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so this is the question, all right? Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. Hendricks? Okay, and can you read that for me, the question? It says, so do you remember anything like where you guys parked or anything like that? Any details about that? You say, I swear to God, man, I can't remember because I don't even remember what area we went to.
That's right.
Okay, so you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Hang on 1 second, Mr. Hendricks. Now, did you see any unusual lights that evening?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you all? How long did you all stay there?
The hunt was hour long.
An hour long. So you know what time you got there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And did you all? Is that the only place you all went?
Yes, sir.
That's the only place you went?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now you said you won that evening, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you all go, where did you all go after you left there?
Back to the club?
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson's counsel, no questions. Mr. Shore, any redirect? Any redirect?
Just very brief. Thanks. Sir, I just have a couple more questions for you. That night, I think you've made this clear, but do you recall, as we sit here today, that night seeing a small white car, a big white car, any car on that road?
No, I didn't.
Okay, and then Mr. Young had asked you a question about what you told the FBI about whether or not you all separate.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you the transcript from that interview from June 28, 2019, and ask if you remember these questions. The FBI agents, does that help you?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI agent says, okay, so you were separated from them. What was your answer?
I said we didn't separate.
You said, no, we don't separate, right?
Right.
And then the FBI agent said, okay. And you say we all stayed together, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Young, anything else of this witness?
Not based on that, Your Honor.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused. Got a question? Let me see counsel at the bench. I like question number 2. You guys are like,
No, sir.
question number 2 is how long were they there before his dog treed a coon? First question is what time did they get to the farm? I think he didn't know, but I'm asking.
That's fine.
I think he said he didn't know, but that's fine.
And we're going to subject him to recall.
You are.
Yes, sir.
The juror has 2 questions for you, sir. The first question is, what time did you get to the farm?
I don't know.
The next question is how long were you there before your dog treed a coon?
Probably about 20 minutes. I'm not sure.
Any questions, Mr. Shoring, based upon the jurors' questions?
No, sir.
Mr.
No,
Young?
sir.
And I believe this witness is subject to recall. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're subject to recall, so you'll need to wait around. All right. Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we've been going about an hour, so I want to go ahead and give you a break, but I want to remind you the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anyone discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to finally make up your mind about the case until all the evidence has been presented, the instructions provided to you, and you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. We may go to the bathroom. Court's in recess till 9:47. If you would please be seated. Is there something council need to talk about at the bench? Hey, Fran. Here's the last juror question. The bailiff said there was something that we.
Just very quickly, there's a recorded call between Brooks Houck and Rosemary Houck on the June the 28th that we became aware of. That Miss Rosemary Houck is telling Brooks that her boyfriend's sitting in the courtroom and taking notes on what all the witnesses are saying. I listened to it this morning because they sent it to us, and bringing it back and giving it to her so that she can see what everyone's saying. I know that the family, I think, has all been staying together, and Miss McElroy is going to testify this morning. And I'm just telling the court, I don't know if she's been privy to all of this.
You have a right to ask her that. I mean, if she testifies.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I have one other question. The court previously ruled on the Stephanie Coombs issue about the infidelity, if you remember. And I think we're getting ready to get into evidence on good moral character under 404. And I'm just making sure that I understand that that is not, the court's ruling was not that we couldn't impeach that with specific instances of conduct regarding that.
The court's ruling was that you couldn't use that in your case in chief.
Yes, sir.
I do not intend to ask her his good moral character. I do not intend to ask her. I do intend to ask her, did she observe any, visual problems? So I would just, we take that up now between them. But I'm not going to say, well, is Brooks the, best. Do you have an opinion about whether he's faithful or not? I'm not going to ask that question.
I hope not.
I needed that. I do intend to say, did you ever see any, big fights between them or something like that? But I'm not going to ask anything even touching what you're asking.
It's Rogers who you're referring to there.
Yes,
Yeah. Teresa. Back on. Fran, back on.
Because I think that's a solid point you just made. If you give me just a second, I'm going to tell her, I don't think I was not going to ask that, but Lord knows you never know what a witness is going to say until they say it. So I'm going to direct her not to say anything like that. Okay. Right.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call. Call your next witness.
Rhonda McElroy.
Rhonda McElroy. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Butler, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. So you're going to have, this courtroom's got a bunch of air conditioning's kind of loud, so you have to speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Can you introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen, please?
Yes, my name is Rhonda McElroy.
And Rhonda, what county do you live in?
I live in Nelson County.
And do you know Brooks Houck?
I do. Brooks is my brother.
Okay. Do you know Joey Lawson, who's seated over there in the black suit?
No, I do not.
All right, let's just get started a little bit. How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have two older brothers.
Your oldest brother, what's his name, please?
Is Nicholas Houck.
And how old's Nick?
Nicholas is 45.
And Brooks.
Brooks is 43.
And you. I'm not going to tell them you don't know their birthdays. So.
Right. I'm 38.
All right. So you said Nick was the oldest. I'm going to take you back to 2015. What was his job in 2015?
In 2015, Nicholas was a police officer for the Bardstown Police Department.
Did he also own rental properties?
Yes.
And currently, what's his job?
So Nicholas continues to work on his rental property, and then he also works for an armored car company.
And back in 2015, Brooks we've heard, was a property developer, so I'm not going to.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm doing to cause that. And how many kids does Brooks have?
Brooks has one son who's 12 years old.
And his name is Eli, correct? And yourself, you're married, correct?
Yes, I am married, and we have 3 children.
And now, talk a little bit about parents, your dad. What was his name?
My dad's name was Eddie Houck.
I'm going to move, so I hopefully don't cause this microphone, but I don't know what it's causing, but it's annoying me. I'm sure it's annoying the jury. So. And your dad, is he still alive?
No, my dad passed away.
And your mother, what's her name?
My mom's name is Rosemary Houck.
And your mother, tell us a little bit about her work history and her background.
Okay, so whenever we lived in Tennessee, she worked at a bank. We moved to Kentucky, and she worked part-time at a bank in Nelson County. She worked there part-time while she was opening up a child care center.
Okay, and when you were growing up, was that her primary occupation at that point after she moved out of banking and she went to open a daycare?
Yes, I don't remember her working at a bank. I only remember, growing up at the child care center and just kind of working along with her, and that was kind of my childhood.
I guess the child care center, was that in Bardstown then?
Yes, it was.
Now, at some point, you went to college to study to take over for your mom, correct?
Yes, I did. I attended college, and I received my associate's degree in early childhood education, and I received my director's credentials.
And at some point that fell by the wayside, correct? And you all had to close the daycare. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And can you tell us when that was?
Yes. In August 2013, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and I immediately began cancer treatment, chemo, in Louisville. And Mom went ahead and decided to close the child care center so that she could help, drive me back and forth to doctor's appointments and my chemo treatments. They were 4 days a week in Louisville, and then on Fridays I had to go back just to get additional testing and something called a Neupogen shot every Friday.
Now, your mom and dad, Rosemary and Eddie, correct? I've got the name
Yes.
right. They were divorced, correct?
Yes, they were divorced.
Can you tell us approximately when that was?
That was whenever I was in the 6th grade. So I would say over 20 years ago.
Now, we've heard mention of Anna Whiteside in the trial. I'm just trying to start out. I just want to sort of get you to tell everyone who these people are, that they've heard their names. So who is Miss Whiteside?
That is my dad's mother.
And how did your mother and Miss Whiteside get along?
I'm back.
That was not a real positive relationship.
Who's that?
Anna Whiteside was your
Oh,
dad's mom,
sister?
correct?
Damn it.
Yes.
And your mom was married to your dad and they got divorced. Is that accurate?
Right.
Now we heard
Mama Llama says hi to everybody.
from Francie Holt during the trial. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who that is in relation to you?
Yes, Francie Holt is my aunt. That's my father's sister.
Now, Francie has daughters, is that correct?
Yes, she has 2 daughters.
And what are their names?
Okay, the oldest daughter's name is Ginger, and then the younger daughter is Ginger. So Missy's the older one, and then Ginger's the younger.
They're both named Ginger? Did I miss anything good before she came on the stand? Hi, Kelly. Hi. She thought about sitting in my chair and just going on as if nothing was different. She did talk about it. I didn't know she was coming up today, but she was only in town for a short period of time.
I'm showing you a photograph. You can tell me who that is, please.
Yes. This is Ginger, who is Francie Holt's youngest daughter.
Does that fairly accurately reflect?
Yes.
Judge, I moved for Michigan Commonwealth Exhibit, or Defendants Exhibit 13.
Any objection to that? I'll show it's introduced at this time.
Ginger's face.
Now,
Good morning, Kelly.
we've heard information about Brooks tinting his windows. And I know you don't know anything about that part of it, but let me ask you, you're familiar with Eli, correct?
Yes, I am familiar with Eli.
Okay. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what medical condition he has relating to his eyes?
Yes. Eli was born with an undeveloped optic nerve in his left eye.
And what types of things did you all had to do to help him?
Okay, so as a young child, I remember that Eli went through a medical procedure that was to try to correct his optic nerve. He went through a procedure that was to help with the alignment of his eye. He was required to wear patches over his healthy eye to try to strengthen the muscles in the eye that was not healthy.
Oh, I bet that was hard to do on a baby.
He, as a young child, he was prescribed glasses that whenever he went outside, the lenses would transition to they looked like sunglasses. Whenever he walked inside in a few minutes, they would go back to clear lenses. Over the last couple of years, out at the farm, we have a little razor that he rides on. My husband cut out like a plexiglass windshield to try to protect his eye because it's just really sensitive to dirt and light and dust. And so that's helped. I've had him at the doctor. I think that I took him to urgent care one night. I believe it's a total of 5 times in the last 21 months due to concerns with his eyes. We've been referred to specialists in Louisville, optometrist specialists, just for further evaluation. The eye doctor there in Bardstown, where we live, she just wasn't comfortable. So she sent us on to a more specialized provider in Louisville. Like his school issued Chromebook, whenever we're doing homework, sometimes if he's sitting too close to the Chromebook, he'll squint his eyes and he'll complain that his eyes are hurting. I've had him at the urgent care for, just pain in that eye. His eye will be like extremely bloodshot sometimes or draining or so the eye has been a consistent medical concern of Eli.
So light sensitivity has been a problem since he was young.
Yes.
That sounds awful. Poor little guy. He's what? 12 or 13 now. He was about 2.5 when in 2015 when Crystal disappeared. So yeah, he'd be 12 and a half, 13 years old now. And I think if I remember right, they had Eli there watching in another room, and then the judge banned
Do you recognize that photo?
him from
Yes,
being in
I
the
do.
courtroom.
And
If
is
I
that
remember
the glasses that you were talking about?
Yes.
Because why
that
would you
is
bring
the
a 12-year-old
glasses.
to
I moved to the admission defendants exhibit number 14.
Any objections?
Trial.
14. So it's admitted at this time.
And Rhonda, I'm not going to ask to admit this because I don't want to put medical records in, but do you recognize this from October 13th of 2015?
Yes.
And this is related to some of the operative issues that Eli had with his eyes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, your mom and Crystal Rogers, what type of relationship do they have?
The relationship between Mom and Crystal Rogers, I wouldn't classify it as an extremely close relationship. But,
did not sound like it.
I never witnessed like a huge blow up or anything of that sort. At holidays and birthdays, she was there. She attended. Like I said, I wouldn't classify it as a super close relationship, but I never saw any huge blow up or arguments.
Must be tough as
Now,
a kid.
did you and Brooks and Crystal and your husband Alex, did you all sometimes do things together?
Yes, it would be common for Sundays were kind of Sunday family day. So Crystal and I would always come up with things to do, with the family. It wouldn't just be Crystal and Brooks and me and my husband. It would be a family activity that we all went out together.
Now, we heard one witness say that Miss Rogers never rode four-wheelers or really did anything like that. Did you participate in those types of outdoor activities with her?
Yes. At the farm, we would kind of plan to meet there. It was just a farm where we would get together. We did ride four-wheelers. We would pull each other like in a tube behind the four-wheeler, like in the snow. There's ponds there. There's hiking trails. We would have bonfires out by the barn. Mom had cornhole boards set up. We would, the kids would run around and play and kind of go back and forth between the house and out closer to like where the barn was. The little boys, I have a son that's also 12. So they enjoyed like riding like little tricycles and bicycles just out by the barn.
Now, approach your
You may.
McAvoy, I'm going to show you what I marked as time was 15, 16, and 17. Can you tell us what those are?
Yes. So number 15 is that's Brooks driving the four-wheeler. And then the person in the tube that's being pulled by the four-wheeler is Crystal.
That's 16.
Okay. Number 16 is that's also there on the farm. You can see Brooks is driving the four-wheeler, and then that's Crystal, and she's holding Eli as Brooks is pulling them around in the snow with the four-wheeler. And then that's Brooks's truck there in the background.
Now, were you aware prior to July 3rd of 2015, your brother and Crystal going on any vacations?
Yes,
And where did they go in June of 2015?
up to the beach.
Do you remember where?
I don't know which
Do you
beach.
remember the beach?
I just know the beach.
All right. Now, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and heard testimony about hogs. I'm not going to get into the. Did you all have a hog farm at your mom's farm back in 2015?
We did not have a hog farm in 2015. What was there were some little pink pigs. They had some like little black dots on them, and they were right. There was a little enclosure that my mom had in her backyard, very close to the house.
Did they have names?
Yes,
Do you remember what their names were?
I can't remember what their names were. It seemed like mom had some names for them, and then the kids kind of override. You know, they came up with names too.
Do they have pigs as pets then, or? And like, how little are the
Boy, I'm
pigs
showing
though?
you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 18. Is that the little playpen for the little piglets?
Yes, it is.
I moved the admission comments or Defendant's Exhibit 18. Old habits die hard.
Any objection to 18?
No.
Okay, I'll show this introduced at this time.
Okay, we've heard some about, and you told us some already, so I'm not going to ask you to go back to everything you said, but your mother had a farm, has a farm out on Pascal Ballard Road. Is that accurate, ma'am?
Yes.
And y'all, how long have y'all had that in the family? Do you recall? Your whole life, right? Or before you?
No, not my whole life. That is where my mother grew up as a child. My grandmother passed away, who lived there in the White House. She passed away in 2008.
And back then in 2015, you recall the buildings were on the farm.
I didn't hear what you said.
I know somebody who
Back
had
in
a pig as a pet.
2015, You mentioned there was a house,
Did not like
a
her.
farmhouse, correct?
Yes.
And what other structures were on the farm that you all used?
She's
or
actually on the
utilized?
last season of 60
Yes,
Days
there was a
In.
large
Mhm.
metal building that Brooks would use for just storage of equipment or
I did not like her
tools
pig.
or like extra flooring or bathtubs for like construction sites. There's also like a small wooden, kind of like a shack. Not a real nice, it's deteriorated, kind of fallen down wooden barn. Those are the two structures that were there at that time, other than the White House.
And what about the structure, I'm going to call it the barn for lack of, I think some people said skid steer. What the structure besides the house that you all utilize? Did your kids play in there?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of things are the kids doing there?
They had little ride-on scooters, and they would ride those in there. The floor is not real smooth, but they made it work.
I'm going to show you a picture. Did you also used to use it to, like with hunting and things like that, clean animals?
Yes.
I mean, if they were little pigs, they wouldn't have done anything. So I'll tell you what, ever since The Wizard of Oz, I've always been afraid of falling in a pig pen.
Really count? is showing you what I marked as our Defendant's Exhibit 19. That's just, you all are skinning a deer, but the point, that's the structure you're talking about on the floor, correct?
Yes, this is inside that large metal barn called the skid house. And what we would do, if we were cleaning a deer, we would hang the deer up from the metal trusses while we got the meat.
And I think you said the floor wasn't that smooth. Were there cracks and crevices in the floor?
Yes.
All right. Now, take it back to July of 2015, okay? How quickly did fingers start being pointed at your family?
Immediately.
And I'm not going to get into specifics or who made them. That's not relevant for the case. Were threats being made?
Yes.
Threats being made against you?
Yes.
Against your brother?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
We'd see counsel at the bench.
Ooh, sidebar.
I object to relevance of these threats, unless they can't be, they're somehow relevant in this trial. The fact that other people out there or individuals were threatening them is irrelevant, immaterial, and prejudicial.
I don't think it's irrelevant at all. I mean, their big portion of their case is that the way the Houcks behaved after July 3rd, 4th weekend. I mean, they're being threatened. There's evidence in the record that they've been targeted by law enforcement. I think we're entitled to set the stage through Ms. Houck or Ms. McElroy of exactly what's going on. I don't intend to get into any who made threats or anything else, but I think it goes to this entire.
Are you finished with the threat question?
I'd have to look. I don't think I have. I'm definitely, no, I'm not. I was going to ask her, at some point, did you move your family away from Bardstown because of this? Because that explains, I think, we have to be able to explain why they want to get in. That they are just going to let me finish.
I apologize, Judge. I'm sorry.
Just about to finish.
They've introduced evidence that they taped the grand jury. The obvious reason they're introducing that is to say they're taping the grand jury because they're guilty and they're covering it up, and that's relevant evidence, and the jury can consider that. It is also relevant to explain why this family became paranoid about everybody and anybody in Bardstown, law enforcement, otherwise, are against them, and that's why that's relevant. She has to be able to explain what's happening to her family and why they're making these decisions. Otherwise, they're only left with one explanation for this, as opposed to what we believe the truth to be is that the whole world's coming down on them.
I allow her to testify about her moving away, but the problem I've got with the threats is I don't know who's making these threats.
And that's why I'm not. Some of us, frankly, it's from the Ballard family. I'm not going to ask that. I don't want to turn this into a circus, and that is not my intention. It doesn't matter who's making the threats. That's my point. It doesn't.
I think you've got that in.
Okay.
You can move on to that she moved away next time. I have no objection.
Let me make sure I said she can testify that she moved here in North Carolina. Yeah, that's what she did.
Wherever she went.
But the reason for moving is not, again, I don't see any relevance in it.
That's actually why she did. Just so you
understand that's why she did. I understand that's why she did. But what I'm concerned about is that this is not connected at all to any of the evidence, that has come into this courtroom about whether or not Brooks Houck and Joy Lawson were involved in the killing of this young woman. This is collateral entirely and prejudicial, and it's really more kind of sympathetic play, which is obviously improper for either side. I understand he wants to get it in. I know the importance of it, but none of it is relevant. It would be collateral at best and prejudicial in the sense that it plays.
I think it does have some relevance.
Here's why.
I'm going to allow. Okay.
Okay.
I'm allowed. Certainly, you're claiming that the reason they were taping this is they became paranoid. So it's part of that, as I understand it, part of their defense to that allegation of taping things. So I'll allow for that objection.
I will say, I do feel, even though he was a local judge to Bardstown, I do feel like the judge is being very fair
After July
with both sides.
2015, you talked about
I
what
like
was
this stuff.
happening surrounding your family and threats and things like that. Did you actually, you moved, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. When you went where?
So leading up to that, between July and then we made the decision to move in October 2015. Leading up to that, I had switched my children's schools 2 times, but there continued to be threats, people following at me, and it was just.
The council at the bench. When was the grand jury when there was the taping done? What time period are we talking
That
about?
was in
That
16.
Yeah, it was in May or June of 2016.
June. That's when the taping occurred.
Yes.
That's why I was just saying if this was in the time period of that.
Yes.
Anything, Mr. Lasowski?
No, I mean, they were supposed to limit it. Now we're into other threats going up to this period of time. I mean, where is the? I mean, I don't see any of this unless it were related to, police misconduct or some conduct that somehow, offended the principles that we guide ourselves under. This is just a secondary manner that's being used, I believe, improperly to play to the sympathies of the jury. I have no doubt that the family had a lot of problems. People were mistreating them at times, maybe hanging, on trees, whatever. None of that, unless it's somehow connected to this, is relevant at all. It serves no purpose. It doesn't help the jury understand whether these 2 men have been proven to be guilty or whether they're innocent. They serve no purpose at all other than to place their sympathy up there in the court.
I completely disagree. Again, so I'm going to start with Mr. Lasowski's first argument. What material fact is at issue? The material fact at issue that we're talking about is why did the Houck family, because it's not just, even though they just indicted Brooks, they've accused Rosemary and Nick of being involved in this murder. So the material fact is the family involved in the murder, and is the, I'm going to call it a cover-up or the taping or whatever you want to call it. It's the taping of the grand jury. It's the taping of law enforcement when they're being talking to. Are those the actions of co-conspirators to try to cover up the crime? Or are those the actions of a paranoid family that the whole world is against them? You cannot introduce a theory that they're taping this stuff and saying this is awful, which is a chunk of their case so far, and then prohibit us from being able to explain the circumstances surrounding this. It's not just that law enforcement is, and that's the next thing I'm going to get into, is how many times the farms were searched, how many, these are all going directly to this feeling of it's us against the world.
Again, outline of objection. Okay? So,
McAvoy, let's go back. I'd ask you, you moved to North Carolina, I believe you said in October of 2015.
We made the decision beginning around that time, but we didn't actually move until closer to Thanksgiving.
And you moved why?
Just for the safety concern and just trying to keep my kids safe, to kind of get away from the threats and the accusations.
Now, at some point in time, did you move back to Nelson County?
I did. My father,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
yes, we decided to move back to Kentucky, my father was diagnosed with lung cancer, and his prognosis was not good. And I just felt like, I wanted him to be back at home.
And about when did you come back?
We came back in 2017.
Now, we've heard some discussion about searches at what I'm going to call the family farm, okay?
Okay.
And you're familiar with those, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate they've been out there?
I don't know how many. It seems like a bunch.
And did that start? When did that start?
Immediately.
And did it continue through the years?
Yes.
Did it go in even past 2020? If you don't remember, did it go on for years is my question.
It did, yes.
Yeah.
I think like 5 or 6
At
times.
the point in time that this happened in July, or that she disappears in July of 2015, and did you actually live out on past the Ballard Road at that time?
I did not. I lived in Bardstown, in a little subdivision in 2015. Whenever we returned back to Kentucky in 2017, that's whenever we built our house on the Houck family farm.
But your house has been searched,
Yes.
and
I thought
have
she
they
lived on
dug
the
in
farm
different
now.
places on the properties?
Yes, they've dug in multiple places on the farm.
They dug in your mom's backyard,
Yes.
and this happened over the course of years, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, do you know, I think I asked you at the beginning, if you knew Joey Lawson, do you know him?
I do not.
Do you know a Steve Lawson?
I've heard his name, mentioned in the trial, but I don't know him. I've never spoke to either one of them.
Okay, what about a Charles Burton? Do you know him?
No.
Now, have you been accused?
Yes.
Let's talk about the first time you got accused of something related to this case. Where was that?
The first time I was approached at our home.
You may.
Score objections to the whole case.
But the relevance of whether she was, approached by the law enforcement, was it, how many times did you get approached? I mean, none of that's relevant. I mean, what is it that, how does that help the jury decide the facts of this particular case?
Okay. Number one, it's relevant as it goes to this continuing the same discussions we've had before about why the family's paranoid. Number two, I think it goes to the reliability of the investigation. She is on 2 separate. First time she's going to answer, so we don't have to keep coming. So you can rule, and we don't have to keep coming back up here.
Oh, is the
North
deputy doing
Carolina,
talking to the
Captain
jury?
Snow flew out there, told her that Brooke Ballard had a picture of her with Eli on July 3rd of 2015. When she went in to talk to him, she knew that was a lie, and she left. The second time was the FBI accused her of being the one that watched Eli on July 3rd, and their accusation was based upon a Texas Roadhouse receipt where they wrongfully concluded there wasn't enough people eating to support that, and she has pictures of her where she's taking pictures for family from July the 3rd at the Louisville Science Center. Clearly goes to the reliability of the investigation. It clearly goes to targeting of this family, and they put the whole family on trial. So,
Judge, none of that evidence is coming in this trial. This is just going to confuse issues.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. None of that evidence is coming in this trial. This is just going to confuse the issues of everything. I don't know. And, if they're investigating something, they think She might be one place on one day, and then they later learn that she's not. We haven't introduced any evidence as to where she is or what she was doing on July 3rd. We've never accused her of anything.
I think she's going to say somebody has, so it's all relevant to the investigation, so I'll allow the rejection.
And while we're up here, I just want to make sure, are you going to ask about search warrants at her house? Because some of those are related to Tony's death.
I was not going to ask anything more about search warrants for her
Okay.
house.
I just
I've already
wanted to
just,
make sure
my
we
only
just
point to
cleared
that
up
was,
while we were up there.
yeah, my only point to that was they've been going many times.
I couldn't figure out if he said it was relevant or not.
I have a juror who has a general question she said she'd like to ask. It's not related to this witness. She asked when she would ask that question.
She has a general question about what?
That's not related to this witness is all that she said.
I think we could take that up at any time during the trial, so I'm going to try to finish it with this witness.
Okay.
Which jury is it?
It's the front row, the second from the other end.
Next to the guy that
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does she want to come up here and talk to you now?
I don't know. I didn't.
I don't want her to come up here with everybody in the court right now. I want to
Yes,
see
sir.
where we're at. So let's proceed, and we'll talk to her later privately.
Okay.
I love hearing all the jury gossip at the bench. Her juror has a general question that they'll get to.
You were, where were you at? Sorry, you may have already answered that.
That's okay. I was at my home in North Carolina, and we were approached by Detective Snow and Detective Brooks.
Okay, and were you asked to come and speak with them?
Yes,
And did you agree to do that?
yes, immediately.
And so where did you meet?
We met at the Pasquotank County Sheriff's Department.
And so what happened when you got in the room?
So my father and my 3 children were with me. We walked in, completely cooperative and just anything that we could do to try to help. That's what I've tried to do consistently. We walked into the sheriff's department. They wanted to speak to me separately, and then they wanted to speak to my father.
Hey, babe.
And so, we said that was fine.
Hope you're doing
My
good.
dad stayed out in the lobby with my 3 children. They took me back to a small room. It was Detective Snow and Detective Brooks.
And what did they make a representation to you about evidence that they had against you?
They did not show me anything, but they claimed that a member of the Ballard family had provided a photo that proved that I babysat Eli, my nephew, on July 3rd.
Was that true? Did you
No.
babysit Eli?
No,
What'd you do at that point?
I was really upset.
Why were you upset? Let me stop before you answer.
I was upset because I had already provided photos from July 3rd showing where I was and what time it was that I was in Louisville at the Science Center with my husband and my 3 children. It was upsetting that I'm being accused of something that I knew was impossible. It's in the past, it wouldn't be abnormal for me to babysit Eli, but on that specific day, it was impossible that they, had that photo and that I was being accused of babysitting Eli on that day.
Did you later get accused by a different agency?
Yes.
And what did they accuse you of?
Okay, so this was the FBI during one of the searches at the farm. I had agreed to speak with them in my home. They separated me from my husband. An agent spoke with him in the kitchen. And then 2 FBI agents, we sat like in my dining room. and two of the agents were sitting there and talking with me, and they presented a photo of a grainy. It was a grainy picture of a SUV. They implied that that was my vehicle on July 3rd, headed towards the Houck family farm.
Where were you on July 3rd?
I was in Louisville at the Kentucky Science Center with my children and my husband.
At night?
Judge Manbrooks,
I guess ours does stay open until
to
like
show you what I marked as
8 or
Defendants Exhibit
something.
20 and 21. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's in those photos, please?
Good morning.
Okay. So number
Afternoon.
20 is a picture of my 3 children. That's one of the exhibits in the Science Center. And then number 21 is a photo of my husband and my 3 children in front of the Louisville Slugger Bat, which is located right across the street from the Science Center in Louisville.
And when were those photos taken?
These photos were taken on July 3rd, 2015.
Now, we've heard
Yes, Elbafeed, this is Brooks
evidence
and Nick's
in
sister.
this case. You on a recording prior to going into a grand jury. Were you aware? You're aware that you taped the grand jury?
Yes.
Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
At this point, I just feel like I was paranoid. The whole family was paranoid just due to the circumstances and just all the threats and the accusations.
And I'm going to show you one more photo, and I've just got 1 or 2 more questions, and then
Can we just remind the jury though that that's breaking the law? Just saying.
Judge, I move for admission of those photographs.
I agree, Dave.
Several, I believe. There was 15 and 16. I don't think 15 and 16. They were previous photos for 19 through 21 have been introduced. Do you introduce all of those?
Sure, I move for admission of all those.
Any objection to 15, 16, 19, 20, 21?
That's not good.
So they're introduced at this time.
And Ms. McAvoy, I've showed you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 22. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes. This is a picture on the Houck family farm. This is Eli Pascal and Eli James looking out at the cows in the field that is located right behind the residence.
Back then, did the boys like to go out and play with the cattle?
Yes.
And you said Eli Pascal and Eli James. One of them's your Eli, and one of them's Brooks and Crystal's Eli.
Yes.
Oh my God, everybody has the same names in Bardstown.
Finally, Ms. McAvoy, were you ever
And they're the same age.
part of any conspiracy to murder Crystal Rogers or do anything regarding Crystal Rogers?
No.
You have any knowledge whatsoever of your brother Brooks being involved in any sort of type of conspiracy like that?
No.
Matter of fact, there's one moment you can just short.
It would be awesome.
That's all the questions I had at this time.
Any cross, Mr. Lasowski?
Yes.
I don't know. Because remember, he goes and he's with another crystal right after this.
Yeah.
I got more coffee.
Ms. McElroy, I think I met you back in June in the grand jury. You don't recognize me probably, and I haven't seen you but one time. Do you remember testifying back in June of 23 in the here in not here, we would have been in Bardstown at the Nelson County Courthouse.
Yes,
And we talked to you, my colleagues did, Shane Young, and I talked to you some.
yes.
And what we talked about was several things, some of which Mr. Butler mentioned here. But one of the things we talked about was the secret recording. You remember that?
I do.
All right. And because we wanted to make sure what was going on there. So tell me, was there a meeting amongst some of you and your family or friends that resulted in you and others recording their grand jury testimony?
No, there was no meeting or discussion of that. I think that due to the, the environment and the circumstances that we had all, kind of lived through over this period, for me, it was just like a gut feeling, just a need to, I wanted to have proof of what I said and what I didn't say.
Well, you kept your recording?
At that time, I was living in the white farmhouse that was at the farm while we were building our house.
All right. Well, what's the answer, ma'am? Did you keep that recording, that instrument? You said you were doing it for what? To try to make sure you
That I
said
had
the same thing or something in case you were interviewed again?
just to know what I did say and what I didn't, to have proof of that so that I couldn't be accused of something that I did not say. That was the purpose of it.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm asking, ma'am. You're telling the jury here that you recorded this so that you could keep track of it should you want to go back and examine it.
Yes.
And what I asked you was, where was the instrument?
I would have taken that back to the white,
To another house.
to the home that I was living in while we were building the construction.
Was that your mom's home?
Yes.
All right. So you took it back to your mom's house, and then I think you're 17. Is that when you built the house that you're living in now?
In 2017.
All right.
Yes.
Put that recording device in there in 17 to make sure it was there in case you got interviewed again. To put that device in your new house that you built and lived in 17, to bring that recording device with you back to the house.
Back to the White House.
No, back to your new house.
My house was not completed until 2020.
All right.
So
sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was 17. All right, let me repeat that. Did you bring that recording device to your house after you all moved into it?
Defense witness, but state is crossing
we had
right now.
boxes out in the garage and in the upstairs of the home, and in the mix of things, to be honest with you, I don't know.
And your recorder was found with 2 other recorders in a bedroom of that white house you're talking about. Not in your house, not in your purse, not any of your belongings. That was in a bedroom in your mom's house. 3 of them were found. Evidence has already been put here in the jury.
Okay.
You know who those other people were that recorded their grand jury? You know who else recorded it?
Yes, I have heard.
Larry Mock. Do you know he recorded it?
I've heard on the news that whenever it all came out,
Now, when
Ma'am,
you
you knew.
recorded that, before you went into grand jury, you were talking to your brother, Brooks Houck, outside the grand jury room. Is that right?
yes,
All right. And he recorded that conversation, didn't he?
that is what I understand.
All right. And when he was recording that conversation, you had suggested that he keep the recording device outside the grand jury when you went in. You remember that? And he said, no. You remember that? Does that refresh your memory?
I don't remember specifically the conversation.
She talks
Do
a
you
lot.
remember telling your
like
brother
Brooks.
before you went into the grand jury, all right, before you went in,
Maybe it's just the accent.
you were talking with him, he was outside there with you. You both knew you were going to record your testimony at that point. You remember that? You and him both talked about it. You remember that?
I don't remember the specific conversation.
All right. Well, let me refresh your memory some. You had said something to your brother that you didn't want to bring that into the grand jury. Probably because you were concerned that this could get you in trouble with the law. Do you remember expressing something to your brother, Brooke, to keep that out of the grand jury? Do you remember that?
I remember not knowing exactly what I was walking into, not having experience with what a grand jury is. I remember things being, leaked and the media and just the fabrication and the accusations and just the paranoia that I was feeling.
Is that an answer? Yes. The question was, did you tell your brother, express to him that you didn't want to take that device into the grand jury room with you?
I don't
That's
remember.
the question I asked. You can get a yes or no and then explain.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get mean with it. I asked a very specific question. Do you remember my question?
I do remember your question, but
Uh-huh.
I don't remember having that conversation.
Do you remember your brother saying no? No? We need to take it in there because Nick wants it. He wants your testimony. You remember that?
No, I don't remember
All
that.
right, let me see if I can refresh some of your memory.
He is. He's kind of being a little, I mean, don't get me wrong. What they did was literally breaking the law. But little spicy, sir. A little spicy.
Just bear with me one moment.
I mean, she definitely know who all recorded their stuff. Clearly, they must have had some sort of family meeting if everyone recorded things. So I don't really know why. You can tell she's holding back in regards to the grand jury thing, even though they can't be charged for the grand jury thing anymore. It's the statute of limitations, but I really don't think she had anything to do with Crystal's disappearance. Or maybe even knew about it. I don't think she did. Why would they include her in this?
Approach Judge Vermont. Just take a moment and read that, see if that helps.
So, I just feel like whenever Brooks says we need to hear it, I just feel like due to the accusations that the entire family was feeling, this was just an overall
Well, thank you for the super chat,
just
Simone.
paranoid, and
Thank you.
the whole family
Appreciate your
just was
support.
feeling just this incredible pressure, and things are being twisted and manipulated.
Ma'am, I understand you want to tell some information to the jury, okay? What I'm asking you, does that refresh your memory of your conversation with your brother before you went into the grand jury in June of 16. Does that help refresh your memory? Yes or no?
I can read over this, but as far as me reading this and then just remembering this conversation, no, I don't. But I'm not saying that this was not what I said.
All right.
But I'm
Much like
saying
Brooks.
there's been so many interrogations and so many accusations that specifically this conversation, I don't remember having this, but I'm not denying it.
All right, and I understand that if you don't remember or it's not clear in your mind, but it's clear in the deposition that's written there that Brooks is saying, no, we want that testimony. And he even says it's blocked out some because it's garbled in some extent, but something Nicholas will want to, I think we can infer, he wants that as well. He wants to hear your testimony in the grand jury. Brooks is telling you that, and it looks like Nick is telling you that after you suggested, no, let's keep it outside the grand jury. Am I misstating? You tell the jury. Isn't that what's going on there that afternoon when you're in the grand jury?
This says BH. No, we need
What do you
to.
think BH is?
That's my brother, Brooks Houck. No, we need to hear it. Nicholas will Nicholas wants to, and then that's it.
All right. Well, man, doesn't that suggest to you that both Brooks and Nicholas want to see your testimony? I mean, let's use our common sense here. That's exactly what's being said here, isn't it?
I think that I have a different perspective on this.
Well, it's the perspective that you didn't say to Brooks, let's keep it out. Let's keep that recording device outside the grand jury.
And that comment, I don't see that on here, but that comment would have just been, I didn't know what I was walking into. I didn't know that, I do now. I know that the grand jury is secretive, but at the time, I didn't know if I was walking into a courtroom or a meeting room or another interrogation. Like I had no knowledge of this type of situation. So
And
yes.
when you went before you went into the grand jury, you had a recording device with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury a few minutes ago that you did that so that you would have access to that in case you wanted to refresh your memory, in case you're going to be interviewed again by the FBI or something.
No, that's not to refresh my memory, but to have proof of what I said and what I did not say, because things had been twisted and there had been a lot of accusations towards me.
My mistake.
Also illegal.
It was not to refresh your memory. It was to have that testimony in whatever format protect you against people lying.
Yes.
Okay, well, I understand that. All right. Now, my point is, your brother is saying no. You're saying let's not record this. Your brother's saying no. Let's record it. Nicholas, I'm assuming what we can't see. Nicholas, that's your brother, right?
Nicholas is my brother.
Yeah, is saying, it appears he's saying Nicholas wants that information, wants to know what your testimony is. Isn't that what we see here in those two lines?
That's you are coming up with that off of an incomplete sentence. Nicholas wants to, but you don't know the end of what Brooks was saying.
I do, I agree. I'm using my conversation, taking your conversation in the setting that we just read. And pointing out that you weren't the only one. As I pointed out, as I asked you a few minutes ago, did you know others in your family or related to your family who also brought audio recording devices secretly into the grand jury? Were you aware of that at that time?
At that time, no, but I have heard it since the court proceedings and things, and it being put on the news. And, I did hear all the names mentioned that had secretly recorded the grand jury.
Larry Mott. Yes.
Oh boy.
No, it's not.
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer at this
I'll
point. He's
move
asked
on.
it several times.
Let me sit back.
Jim, your mic's on.
Is the closed caption not on again?
Right. I just got a couple more. Let me check. Sure.
Simone, I almost wore a sparkly shirt today, inspired by your dollhouse.
Wait a minute.
It has glitter and everything, but I didn't wear it today because I was feeling like, meh. So maybe I'll wear my sparkly silver shirt, inspired by you. The glitter everywhere. Terry would be so proud.
Click on, but I just want to.
The microphone's off.
Your microphone's off.
Jim, your mic's off.
Okay. I've just got a question or two. I know you're probably getting tired of hearing me keep asking the
That's
same
okay.
question.
That's
I
okay.
appreciate your patience. And I just have to second with my colleague.
And isn't it Rhonda who has Eli? I think so. But she's been taking care of Eli since Brooks was arrested. I'm not 100%, but I feel like she is.
I just want to show you just a couple more questions.
I'm excited
That's
about it.
fun.
I'm obsessed with your dollhouse fans.
And we were talking about Nicholas at the end of that one conversation you just looked at. And he shows up again. If you'll read a few of those lines down there, we're on page 2, Counsel.
Oh, it's not pink. It's silver. Actually, Cap'n gave me. It's a dress, really, but you only see this much of me. It's silver.
Isn't that, reading that, does that refresh your memory that he's telling you, Nicholas is telling you how to, so to speak, wire this up so that it works? Isn't that what Brooks is telling you?
It says BH,
Who's BH?
which is Brooks.
All right.
Says Nicholas can find it. It says D, like the letter D, up there. So D something. I have no clue what that means.
Well, doesn't it mean that Brooks is telling you Nicholas can find the setting that is necessary to execute this audio recording? And isn't that what Brooks is telling you in that sentence? If you don't recall, you're not sure, that's your answer.
I'm not for sure what that what D means. I don't understand. I don't follow.
But obviously Brooks is telling you Nicholas has got some role in executing this secret audio recording. Isn't that what Brooks is telling you? Are doing a secret recording, and some question has arisen, and Nicholas has Nicholas is telling Brooks, so presumably, that here's the setting, D. If I'm wrong, you tell me.
Well, I know Nicholas, and Nicholas is not very good with electronics or phones. So implying that I don't know if you're saying he was going to extract something or what you're implying. I don't know what D means, and I don't believe that Nicholas is good with electronics.
But it looks like Nicholas is in the middle of this audio recording.
A monkey can
procedure.
do it. It's not that hard.
Let's just see if you and I can agree on that.
We can agree that Nicholas is part of this conversation. Yes.
All right.
Nicholas is the topic. Nicholas is not part of this conversation. He's not present, but yes, that his name is in this conversation between me and Brooks.
Yeah.
And I told you, I mentioned to you previously,
She's still very
that you
defensive
weren't
of
the
it.
only one recording secretly testimony in the grand jury among your family and associates.
Judge,
Were you aware there's others who did that?
I think we've asked and answered that question. So I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Let me move on to another subject. You weren't in Bardstown at the family farm on July the 3rd of 2015. Is that correct?
I was not at the farm on July 3rd, 2015.
That's when you were, the plan was to go to Kentucky Kingdom, wasn't it? You and your family?
On July 3rd, it was just kind of a lazy day, the best of my, that I can recall. And my husband and I just thought, well, we'd like to go out to eat, get out of the house. And so we headed to Louisville. It wasn't a real pretty day. And so instead of doing something outdoors, we thought of the Louisville Science Center because that was indoors because we weren't able to predict what the weather was going to do.
All right. And so,
Okay.
and that we saw some photos I think you showed through your attorney, or Mr. Houck attorney rather, where you all are I guess at some of these.
Yes, and I believe that you all should have access to all of those photos because I gave my phone. To investigators.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. You've indicated you weren't at the farm that night, and that wasn't necessarily the purpose. But except to point out that it was raining some. I think you had indicated before, and so you all went to a science museum. Was it? Is that where you all?
We
went?
did go to the Science Center. I don't remember specifically the weather. I know that it was kind of unpredictable, and I didn't know. But in this photo here in front of the Louisville Slugger Museum, this is an outdoor photo, and it's obviously not raining, or we wouldn't have stopped to take a photo.
All right. Now, this jury has heard a report or writing from Brooks Houck about his activities on July the 3rd. You may not have any of that. I'm expecting you would. All right. So, and the part of my question I want to note, I understand from your testimony with your counsel that Eli has this eye problem, literally from, I guess, from birth.
Yes.
All right. And I assume he periodically goes in, you take him or others in the family taking him for treatment and this has been going on. He's 12 now, I think you said, and he's been having this treatment for some time.
I have only been responsible for taking him over the last 21 months. Before that, that would not have been typical for me to take him.
She
to
does
the
have
doctor.
Eli
I
while
just
he's
saw
been
you
in
sign
jail
in
because
as
it's
an
been
authorized
21 months.
person to, to assist this young boy.
Right now,
All right.
yes.
All right. So, and my point, I guess, is one, it's, whatever's going on, we all have children, you, I'm in probably 3 generations now, my age of children. And so, and I think I speak for everyone, that hopefully he gets across that, all right, and passes on into manhood with his eyes up to speed.
I think they
right?
left her in the dark
But my
for
point is,
possible deniability,
information received from your brother, from Brooks Houck report to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. He was asked to put down everything he did, okay?
Again, they're harping on this tinted window thing, but now that's completely irrelevant because of Eli's condition that he's had
Proper argumentative
this whole
questions.
time.
So I think what he's wanting to do is run down Brooks's statement and then try to impeach Brooks's statement through her. She doesn't know what. She's already said she doesn't know what he was doing on July 3rd. He's already got that out.
The purpose of it is
Your mic, yeah.
Fair point. Why would he ask her those things? She wasn't around.
my purpose of it is to point out that he has told in his report for 4.5 hours he's out on that farm. Okay, and we've had witnesses talk about how the raining was going on that night, and so I want to ask him, does that seem appropriate from her knowledge and background, Eli and children, that she would leave him and he would be out there for over 4 hours in the evening up until midnight by his own statement, out there on the farm, and throughout that period of time when you have rain and other conditions.
But she was in Louisville.
2.5 hours appropriate for
They're
a
in
child who
Bardstown.
already has some medical problems to be out there.
Let me give the jury a break.
It's going to be
A
raining.
few minutes ago, I thought we might have a couple more.
I
And
thought
not
you
in
were
another
done
place.
too. How much longer you
I
got?
have
Let me go
about
and
the
give the jury a
record.
break. Let me give the jury a break. Hold on 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what I'm going to do is go ahead and give you all a break while we're meeting up here at the bench. Same admonitions are in place. Be ready to come back in at 11:15. You may go with your vote.
I mean, there are numerous times where just literally down the street it'll be raining, but not rain here, or a storm will come through and it won't. They're quite a distance away from one another. So I don't see why that's relevant, honestly.
Okay, 15 jurors have left the courtroom. Court's in recess until 11:15. Go ahead.
Well, my argument, it's not an argument, my plan is to ask her if from her background, knowing Eli, having 3 children, does that seem appropriate for him, a 2.5-year-old, to be out in that conditions in the evening hours, 4.5 hours thereafter?
Appropriate subjective, though.
Is that appropriate in her mind?
I mean, I agree, it doesn't make
She's
sense, but
argumentative. All he's doing is trying to impeach Brooks' statement. They can do that. They've done that. She doesn't know what he said. He's already got testimony. She wasn't out there that night. And that's an inappropriate question.
I guess the problem is she doesn't know what the weather was there. She's in Louisville according to her testimony. So I don't really know what's wrong to this.
I'll strike it. All right, let me check.
Finish up when we come back, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
yeah. I know, that's why I think it was irrelevant too, and apparently so did So did the judge. So. You know, some kids that age, they run for hours without sleep. I don't know. My kid went to bed at the normal time usually, but it also would have been a holiday. So I think that's irrelevant.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Wasowski, please proceed, ma'am. You're still under oath, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Question, Judge. When we left off, we were talking a little about Eli's eye condition. My last question is, do you know, and apparently that's been going on since he was born. Yeah. And my question is, do you know why Brooks waited until June of 2015 to have his tent put onto it, tinted, get his windows and his truck tinted? Do you know why we waited that way? He waited till then.
I've never had a conversation with Brooks about that, so I don't know why that specific date is when he tinted the windows. I'm sure that there was probably a doctor's appointment or something that had occurred that he felt like that was, in the best interest of Eli, just protecting his son.
That's all I have, Judge. Please.
Mr. Lawson's counsel have any any redirect, Mr. Butler?
No, but I hate to do this. Can we approach?
You may.
I hate when it starts a new video.
I'm sorry, I don't have any questions for her, but I miscalculated how long Kevin's opening was going to be, so our witness is not supposed to be here until noon, Bowling Green time. So maybe we could break till 30. That would be great.
Let me see if the jurors have any questions of this witness, and then I'll let them know. Do any jurors have any questions of this witness? If you'll pass them down to the bailiff, please.
Jury question.
Okay, the first question, I don't think this witness, it says regarding Stephen Wilson's phone location records, did his phone go near Glenview on July 3rd? Question mark. So that's just not something this witness can answer.
That's remarkable that someone would think that she would be able to answer that question.
It's a jury of your peers. Remember.
I wonder if that was the question before that the woman wanted to ask that was unrelated.
No. Here's our next one. Did you guys think it the best idea to plan about moving while Crystal Rogers was missing?
I'm sorry.
Did you guys think it the best idea to plan about moving while Crystal Rogers was missing? Next one says y'all didn't think people in community will start suspecting about you moving to a different place?
I think you can ask that. Well, it's speculation. I don't think you can ask that.
No.
It's somewhat confusing because she actually, I think they're confused on the timeline.
These over here is objective. With me being a police officer, didn't he work with electronics and devices on a daily basis?
She wouldn't know that.
I don't think she would know that.
I don't think she would know that.
Their facial expressions are pretty good.
It's hard to read the writing. This one here says, is her windows tinted? This witness.
Well, I guess she asked that. I mean, she asked that.
Yeah.
Got some more? Was the grand jury testimony the only time she used a recorder? If not, was it before or after? Did they spend the night in Louisville? If not, about what time did they get back?
That's a good question.
I didn't hear the first one. Second one's fair.
Did they spend the night in Louisville?
That's fine.
If not, about what time did they get back?
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
The ones up here was the grand jury testimony the only time she used the recorder? If not, was it before or after?
She would know that, I think.
I don't understand the before or after though.
If she had used it, did she do it before or after?
For the grand jury. Meaning
The
that
grand jury.
he's asking, did she recorded the grand jury, did she use it before or after it also? Because was the grand jury the only thing recorded? If not, did she record something before or after the grand jury?
I think it's a fair question. I don't know. Do you know the answer?
No, I don't know.
I don't either.
We're about to find out.
I don't either.
So only a couple of those questions were relevant.
Some of
to
the
ask.
questions are admissible for this witness. Some of your questions are inadmissible for this witness. So I'm going to ask the ones that are admissible. Are your windows tinted?
Yes, my windows are tinted. I have an SUV, and whenever we purchased the vehicle, the back windows were tinted. And then since then, I took the vehicle to get the front windows tinted, and then also like a 8-inch strip like on the front windshield.
The next question was the grand jury testimony the only time you used a recorder?
Is that question like during the investigation or throughout my life?
I would think it's during the
I
investigation.
said
Can counsel
during the
agree to that?
investigation.
Yes, during the investigation.
I know that I have used like a cell phone to record as well.
Investigation stuff?
So I think that there may have been more than just the grand jury.
Was that
Girl.
before or after the grand jury?
Good jury question.
I don't remember that specifically.
Did you all spend the night in Louisville? And I'm assuming that's July 3rd.
We did not spend the night in Louisville. After we went out to eat, and then we spent a little bit of time there at the Louisville Science Center, we returned to our home in Bardstown.
It says, if not, about what time did you get back?
I think that we were at the Science Center around 5 p.m. And then the photos that we took with the Louisville Slugger bat that is right across the street as we exited the Science Center, those photos are date, time, and stamped for July 3rd.
At what time?
A few minutes after 7 p.m. From Louisville to my home is approximately an hour's drive. I would say probably approximately an hour from, and maybe a little bit more than that because we were downtown Louisville. So it takes a little bit longer to get down there. And then we usually park down like on River Road. So it takes a minute to walk from like the Science Center and the Louisville Slugger back down to
You're
where
home
you
before
had
10
to pay for your parking. And so to answer that question, I know that we were at the Louisville Slugger bat a little bit after 7. It would have taken at least an hour to get home. And then I would say it probably took us, 5 to 10 minutes to walk down to where we had parked our vehicle.
Based upon those questions, Mr. Butler, do you have any redirect?
I don't, Your Honor, but I think there may be one more.
Let me see counsel at the bench.
Those were good jury questions to ask. And she did record something else, obviously. I mean, we don't know that, but we don't have to think that
The
hard.
question is, was Crystal's windows tinted?
She would. You can ask her. They were.
They were tinted. I don't know if she knows or not, but
We'll see if she knows.
Oh, Crystal's car was tinted too? I can't believe the prosecution even brought this in. I am not impressed with the Commonwealth.
Was Rhonda in any of the photos in Louisville?
I think you can ask that.
Oh, the jury is
So the
suspicious
ones
of
that are
her.
admitted, you mean? Was she in any of the photos in Louisville? So I don't know if she can get the pictures. Yes. Okay, Francis. Was
Right.
Crystal's windows tinted?
Yes, they were very dark windows.
Were you in any of the photos in Louisville?
Yes, there's a photo of me holding my youngest son inside the science center. And then there's also video. Typically, I'm the one that takes the pictures. My husband's kind of, interacting with the children, and then I take the photos. There
That's
is
fair.
a video that I'm taking, so you can't actually see me in the video, but you can hear my voice. And I'm like, it's whenever my oldest son is pulling like this string up and the bubbles are coming up around him. And so you can hear my voice in the video.
Any other questions from jurors?
That is
Based
true.
upon those questions,
is
any
true.
redirect?
Those
Any recross?
Hello,
May
Darcy.
this witness be found excused or she's subject to recall?
This is a trial
Fine,
of Brooks
excuse me.
Houck
You're
and
found
Joseph
excused. You
Lawson
may
regarding
go
the
or remain in the
disappearance and
courtroom,
murder of
whatever you wish
Crystal
to do.
Rogers.
Thank you.
Ladies and
This
gentlemen,
trial is
jury,
from
have indicated
earlier
to
in
me that we
July.
have a witness
It was
that's scheduled
not
to come in a little
televised.
later this morning, so we're going to go ahead and take an early lunch break.
But
so we can,
they have released the
so
footage,
we're not
so we're
wasting
watching
time
it
waiting
now.
on that
And I
witness.
hope you're doing well
The
today.
same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case
Those were
with you.
good jury
If anybody
questions.
attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me.
They haven't
You're
asked
not
many
about to make up your mind
throughout this
about the
trial.
case until all the proof has been presented, the instructions provided to you by the court, and you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. Again,
That's
you
true.
cannot do any type of research.
Good
Don't read
point,
any news
Simone.
reports. Everything has to be based solely upon the evidence that's presented in the courtroom. Be back at 12:30. You may go with the bailiff now.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with the Commonwealth's case at all. At all. This trial's terrible.
Yes.
I think Brooks Houck had something to do with it, but especially Joey Lawson at this point. They haven't said anything about him.
No, I'm yours.
The only person that really said anything was maybe
Court is at
Charlie, but
recess until 12:30.
the witnesses are not credible. They have been good questions. I mean, some of those in the last bunch, that's why they didn't ask them, because they were inappropriate to ask for court purpose. Good questions, but not in court, unfortunately. They're like, well, why did you move? And, things like that. It wasn't. I do love that lawyer next to Brooks, the redhead lawyer. I do love her green outfit today. I don't know what her name is.
The
She
record
hasn't said
reflects
anything.
all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Counsel waived the call.
yes, sir.
Everybody may be seated. Call your next witness,
Just we call Adrian Louth.
Adrian Lau.
Yes, sir.
Okay, he's a University of Louisville professor and criminal engineering and cybersecurity expert. I have him on my witness list.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can. And please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Butler, proceed when you're ready.
Certainly.
Sir, could you introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Adrian Louth. I'm an associate professor of computer science and engineering at the University of Louisville.
And sir, let's start with your a little bit about your educational background. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you went to undergraduate?
Vanderbilt University in Nashville.
And what did you study there, sir?
Computer engineering,
And then did you obtain a master's
Hold on,
degree?
Llama.
master's and a
I don't
doctorate.
know if your homework's still in the road.
Where did you get your master's degree, sir?
Also Vanderbilt University.
And you said you got a PhD. And what was your PhD in, sir?
Electrical engineering,
And where did you get that?
also Vanderbilt.
So when did you get your PhD?
2010.
Now let's talk a little bit about what you teach at the University of Louisville and how long you've been there.
Yes, I've been teaching there for over 13 years. My 14th year is coming up. I teach a variety of courses, computer networking, cybersecurity, hardware classes where we work on embedded devices, and a couple other courses as required by the department.
Sure.
You use the term embedded devices. Can you just explain that a little bit for us?
Yes, any special purpose computer. It might be a smartphone, it might be a thermostat, it might be a process control at a nuclear power plant. They're all kind of embedded devices.
As part of your professorship at the University of Louisville, are you in a special training program? Do you train students for a special program?
Yes, so I'm our point of contact for the National Centers for Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense Education. So I train students to become the best in cybersecurity.
And your students, have you sent students to the NSA?
Yeah, a lot of three-letter organizations.
And as well as the CIA and the Department of Defense, correct?
Yeah, NSA, FBI, National Labs, and other Department of Defense positions, yes.
Now, in this particular case, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard a fair amount about cell phones and probably a layman's term, tracking cell phones. I know that's not what a scientist would say, but can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of training experience you have in analyzing phone data?
Sure. So a lot of my research work relies on wireless networking. A cell phone is in reality no different. They all operate under the same general principles. I have been providing testimony and examining cell coverage, cell networks, and positioning for at least 10 years. I have the background to understand how the systems work, and we teach some of those components in class.
Your Honor, I would move to tender him as an expert in cell phone analysis.
Any objection? Show no objection.
Professor, in this particular case, you were provided the cell phone data that was obtained by law enforcement, correct?
It was, yes.
You were provided cell tower dumps by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You were provided Nellos information. We'll talk more about what that means. That was obtained by law enforcement. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
We provided you the Cellubrite downloads that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
As well as you've had access to Detective Tim O'Daniel's report, correct?
That's correct.
And you've also had access to statements he's made, not in this trial, but previously, correct?
Correct.
Now, Steve, do you mind helping me out here a little bit? Ask Mr. Shoring to write. My handwriting, Your Honor, is not very good. So, Professor, I want to talk just a little bit about some just very basic concepts before we get into what I'll call the meat of your testimony, okay?
Sure.
Let's start with CDRs. Can you tell we call detail records? Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a call detail record is?
Absolutely. Every time you make or receive a phone call, use data on your smartphone if you're not connected to Wi-Fi, or receive a text message or send a text message. The carrier, your cell service provider, will store a record about what cell tower you were connected to. And those records are stored over a period of time and can provide insight into what tower a mobile device was connected to and possibly what direction.
Now, to break that down a little bit, and we've heard a fair amount about call detail records. It tells you what tower, and that's the coordinates on the. We'll see this part. For this case, it's AT&T records that we're talking about, right. Steve Lawson. It tells you what tower that AT&T recorded the device hit on, correct?
That's correct.
And it tells you what direction sometimes that the call came from, correct?
Yes, a cell tower is divided into 3 faces, and a cell device is typically connected to one of those 3.
Now, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have also heard a little bit about Nellos data, and that's a specific term related to AT&T, correct?
Correct. It's a network location service.
Do, for example, Sprint and Verizon have something similar to that?
Yes, each carrier has their own version of this.
Can you, in
Oh,
layman's
I know
terms, explain to us what Nellos data is, or network location data?
Yeah. So if your phone wants to know where it is, there's a number of different ways it can do this. It can turn on its GPS. The problem with GPS is that it's a bit slow and uses a lot of battery. So a common way to do this is to ask the cell network, hey, where am I? And it uses information about what cell towers are visible to the device and some additional information that the carriers don't make public to try to position the phone as accurately as possible.
And let's talk about a little bit about that accuracy and how does it return information to tell you maybe the phone is in the courtroom, maybe the phone is in downtown Bowling Green or something in between?
Certainly. I kind of split it into 2 camps. The first camp is your cell phone can only see one tower, period. This is often the case for very rural locations. And when that happens, the cell tower and the phone have no other reference. So it's going to say, well, I think you're roughly here with some very large error, meaning a large circle around where that tower is. Those particular ones I tend to rely on less. They'll give me a rough area, very, very rough area of where a phone could be. The other camp is when the phone and the network can see multiple towers. In other words, where I can see 2, 3, 4 towers. When that happens,
Queen Zoe is
the
up.
cell device can get much more accurate information about where it's located, down to maybe a few hundred feet or less. And those I do think are pretty reliable because we're using multiple sources to determine our position.
Okay, so shortly we're going to start going through a presentation. But what they're going to see, if you could, Steve, draw, I guess, the best you can, a little cell phone under Nellos. And a circle around it. And so, Professor, if I understand it correctly, when you have Nellos data, it tells you where the phone is likely to be within this radius, correct?
Right. It gives you a point about where it thinks it is, and then kind of it hedges, right? It says you're probably somewhere within here, within a certain degree of confidence.
And if you could tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, based upon your experience in reviewing these and your experience as an computer engineer, what typically do you look at as the radius that you find, I believe that to be reliable, versus I don't pay a lot of attention to that, it's just it may not be accurate at all?
Right. So in all of my time, specifically looking at AT&T Nellos data, when you have a point and its circle around it, its error is about a mile, 1,500 meters, that tells me that it can only see one tower, and that kind of data is typically less reliable. I don't like to use it. If I see an accuracy 600 meters, which is close to 1,000 feet. Sorry, I apologize. Close to 2,000 feet. That I find more reliable because it's using multiple towers to give you a location. The way you can think about it is if you have multiple friends spotting you in the middle of the field, if you have just one person spotting, it's kind of hard to tell the difference. If you have multiple people spotting you, maybe you guys can coordinate and better locate something. So 600 meters and less, I tend to find pretty reliable in locating a device.
And over the course of your career, I think you said you've been, outside of just the education, the teaching, you've been looking at cell phone data for quite some time,
Yes.
correct? So this is not just the product of reading it in a book, this is actually experience.
It's
looking
experience,
at it.
yes.
Okay. Now, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard information about Google location data, which is different.
Correct.
Can you explain what Google location data is?
Absolutely. So starting about 10 years ago, right around 2015, Google started offering a service called Google Location History. And that service allows you to track essentially your phone and kind of build a timeline of your activity over days, months, weeks, years. And that location history uses a number of different sources to get where your location is. It can use cell towers, which give you a very rough idea. It can use GPS, which gives you a very precise location, but remember, it uses a lot of battery. And the third source is Wi-Fi networks. Basically, if we've seen this Wi-Fi network before, and at some point we've turned on our GPS, we can roughly know where that is time and time again, roughly.
Okay, and if you could go ahead with write Wi-Fi on this for us, Steve. Okay, I suspect everyone in the courtroom has a Wi-Fi at this point in time if they had internet.
It's probably accurate.
Now, on a basic level, have you had an experience where you've been walking in Louisville where you look at your phone and you see countless Wi-Fis on the phone?
That's correct.
Explain how connecting to the Wi-Fi, seeing a Wi-Fi, if you can explain these basic concepts to people.
Sure. So one thing is connecting to a Wi-Fi network. That means that you want to use that network's data. Okay, that's one thing. But I think what you're going at here is that your phone is always scanning for networks, always. If you go to your Wi-Fi settings, you'll see a list of network names. That's because your phone is always checking for Wi-Fi networks in the background, even if you turn it off. Not your phone, but even if you turn off Wi-Fi. And the reason for that is because we can kind of, and when I say cheaply, I mean with a little battery, we can cheaply guess our location by knowing which nearby Wi-Fi networks there are. And that's a product of many years of Google collecting information. It can vary quite a bit by device to device, but it sort of gives a rough area.
Now, if my phone were to say Wi-Fi Warren County Judicial Center, does that mean I'm necessarily sitting in Judge Sims' courtroom?
No.
Okay, can you explain that for us?
Sure. So your phone will use information about what networks it sees to guess its position. But here's the thing, wireless networks radiate around, and they're accessible outside of this building, they're accessible inside of this building, and especially 10 years ago where the technology was less developed, it's not going to be able to place you in an exact position. And kind of like Nellos and kind of like call detail records, there's an error. And that error can vary quite a bit, whether you have a Samsung device or an iPhone or an LG device, whatever it might have been at the time, and however good its Wi-Fi radio was.
So, and with Wi-Fi, can the strength of the Wi-Fi vary?
Oh, absolutely. It can vary based on the hardware that you have. So what kind of Wi-Fi radio you have, how it's mounted, how it's positioned.
Can a booster affect that?
Absolutely.
And is there any way without being at the location at the time and the date to know exactly how far a Wi-Fi can be seen by the
No, you'd need to measure it on site.
at the time?
Yes, yeah, based on the hardware that was there.
Now, and along those lines, if you had two Wi-Fis and I had my phone out, and I put my phone in my pocket, can that change which one it's seeing?
Yeah, so this is one of the things about what we call radio frequency communications, which is Wi-Fi, cell phones, all that kind of stuff. It changes a lot. You could put your phone in your pocket, and all of a sudden, you're not going to see the same networks at the same strengths because your leg will shield some of that incoming, radiation coming into your device. Electromagnetic radiation, that's what we call the signals that Wi-Fi and cell phones use. And so, yeah, it can block it. It can change how the phone thinks it's seeing networks.
Now, kind of getting more into the specifics of the case.
Sure.
Okay, let's start with Crystal Rogers,
Mhm.
where you provided Cellubrite phone for Miss Rogers.
Yes.
Or Cellubrite download.
Correct.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the jury have heard information about, without going back into all of it, they've heard information Commonwealth's presented about where Brooks Houck may have been, or at least where his device was on July 3rd, July 4th.
Correct.
Mr. Young's presented information about Steve Lawson's phone and where it may have been located on July 3rd, July 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury haven't been presented any information about where Miss Rogers' phone was located. They've heard information, I'm getting a question, they've heard information about when it may have powered down or died, the battery died. They've heard information about that. So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why her phone doesn't have location data like Mr. Houck's, Steve Lawson's, and others in the case?
Sure. Two principal reasons. The first is she was using Bluegrass Cellular, which is kind of a second-tier provider. It's not, prime tier like AT&T, Verizon. And so they did not record precision location history like Mellows. It was not available, or it was not requested and available at the time.
Oh, for Crystal's phone. Interesting.
The second thing is she did not have Google location history turned on. It was a relatively new feature in 2015. Most people probably didn't turn it on. If you got a notification that said, hey, Google wants to track you all day long, do you want to turn this on? A lot of people probably would have said no.
They do it anyway.
So that data was also not available.
Now,
But didn't Brooks have Bluegrass as well?
we heard information about Nick Houck. When does his phone go off and you no longer have Nellos information, if you recall?
I believe I'm a little bit fuzzy. I apologize. I believe it was somewhere around July 3rd.
So, to refresh your memory, I think it's the morning of July 3rd. Does that sound right?
It sounds about right. Yeah,
Okay.
early morning.
Now, we've heard information, or Joseph Lawson is on trial. We have heard no information regarding cell phone or Google location data regarding Joseph Lawson. Was that obtained by law enforcement?
Not from what I could tell.
We've heard testimony from a man named Charles Girdley. Did law enforcement obtain any call detail records or Nellos data from him?
I believe there was call detail records, but not in the period that was requested.
Okay. Now, let's go back to this. You have a tower, and I think you described that there's 3 sections to a tower, correct?
Yes.
And if you could put up Detective O'Daniel's slide with the self. And Professor, if you can see that, great. If not, if you want to grab the microphone, you're welcome to come down.
I can see.
Okay. So here we have for the jury, we have Bardstown. And then the dots Detective O'Daniel expressed to us represented cell towers in 2015.
Yes.
So are there any cell towers in close proximity to Boston Road other than the cell towers down here that are north
Oh,
of the Bluegrass
Google likes to
Parkway?
tell me how much I
Yeah, so
don't
if you're
do with
traveling
my
on,
life. So.
on Boston Road, your closest cell towers would be the ones that are kind of across the Bluegrass Parkway. So cell carriers will place cell towers in the positions of highest traffic.
And when we talk about sectors, Detective O'Daniel explained to us that sectors are typically roughly divided into 120 degrees.
Yes.
What is it telling you when you say the sectors, for example, 350 degrees coming from the north versus whatever, 70 degrees coming from the southeast?
Yeah. So it gives me a pretty rough idea of where the device might have been located. If you kind of think about it as a pizza slice, it's a rough approximation. But you can roughly tell if you're connected to that cell tower, roughly what direction as the crow flies from that tower you are located.
Now, how does being in a rural area, let's start with the city.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put us in downtown level. Is the cell phone always going to connect to the sector that is closest to it?
So dense urban environments like cities are a nightmare for figuring this out because there's a lot of overlap between cell towers. There's a lot of cell towers. You've got tall buildings that can reflect signals pretty efficiently. And so it's not so clear in a densely populated area from a call detail record where exactly in which direction, if you had to go from the tower roughly, it's not so clear where that might be because there's a lot of overlap.
Does a cell phone typically connect to the cell tower from which the direction of the call or data is using?
Typically, but in an urban environment, it also may not. There may be a lot of calls happening on one tower and you get shipped to another.
How about in a rural area?
Rural area, the whole picture changes because the density, so how many towers there are, is a lot less. And so you're much more likely to be connected to the nearest tower. And because there aren't as many obstructions, buildings, things like that, you're more likely to be, if you were to sit on top of the tower and put your hand out in the direction that that face is pointing.
And how might the time of day impact whether you're hitting the tower that your phone is facing, the sector that you're facing versus, so for example, if I'm in Rupp Arena, 23,000 people are getting out to talk about UK winning versus I'm in the middle of Allen County and nobody's around. How might that change with call volume and how it may impact what sector you hit?
Right. So each tower has a limit of how many calls it can surface. And they're placed in part to make sure everybody has coverage and also to ensure that there's enough to service the amount of traffic that comes through. If you've got a big football game or basketball game, one tower isn't going to do it. You may have to have multiple. You might even have little microcells that are able to direct some of that traffic.
Now, if we can, I'm going to show you marking. Approach Judge. Professor, I'm showing you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23. Just a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 23.
Any objection to 23? Sure, it's introduced at this time.
Seeing if you can put that up for us. Thank you. If we can, I'm going to, if it doesn't cause interference, I may have him come down, if that's all right, Your Honor. Professor, if you don't mind coming down here so we can, a little easier to explain to the jury.
Should I grab the microphone?
You probably should, but we may end up having to come back. That speaker interferes sometimes.
Okay.
I'll never forget that sound for the rest of my life.
Okay, if you can, we had asked you to look at the period between 11:50 p.m. And 12:45 p.m. regarding Steve Lawson's location, correct?
That's correct.
And for reference, the jury has heard about an address on Boston Road where a witness has testified that Chrysler was taken. We've heard testimony about where Ms. Rogers' car was found on July the 5th. We've heard testimony about a 62 South bar, as well as two addresses maybe related to Steve Lawson. So just for orient you, sir. So at 11:50, there is a call. And who's that call? That call is from Steve Lawson to who, sir?
I'm sorry, to whom?
Steve Lawson makes a call at 11:50:47. Can you tell us who that's to and tell us what we're looking at on the maps?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the target number of that is.
Can you just tell us what that is?
Yeah,
It's Capital One Auto Finance.
okay, yeah, I wasn't familiar with the number, but yes. It's an 800 number.
Sean, if you can explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing where they have the blue lines and the at 11:50, sir.
Certainly. So, is it easier if I step over here, or should I be on the other side? Step on? Okay. So this is the cell tower that the device was connected to, and these two lines are representing the face. In other words, which part of the cell tower you're connected to. It's a simplified model. Okay, in an urban environment, that does not work well. But in a more rural environment like this, it works okay. And what this tells us is that the cell device can be anywhere in this general direction. Now, there's a limit. Your cell phone typically only connects a few miles away, right? But in general, it's likely that we probably weren't over here or maybe up there, with some exceptions.
If you go to the next slide, please. So this indicates an 11:51:42 p.m. data call on Steve Lawson's phone. And we touched a little bit on this before, but I want to go back so I make sure ladies and gentlemen understand.
Sure.
What is a data call?
Absolutely. When you're browsing Facebook, Instagram, anything like that, you are sending data back and forth to your cell service provider. That is, in the terminology of AT&T, called a data call.
Now you have on this one, that there is a first, second, and third entry, and you have sectors going two separate ways. Can you explain that to ladies and gentlemen?
Right. So this means that over time, that data call, which was sending information back and forth from the device to the cell tower, hit several towers, in this case two. And that means that at some point we were talking to this tower and this face. And at another point in time, we were connected to this tower and this face. So sometimes you can infer, this average general location.
Doesn't necessarily mean that the device is moving. It just means it connected to two towers.
Correct. You could be absolutely sitting still and bouncing tower to tower.
Okay, if you could go to the next slide, please. Now we have an 11:53 and 17-second data call on Steve Lawson. And again, just to summarize, that means that apps are being used or
correct.
And if you show us what that tells us at that time.
Right. So, and one distinction I want to make, you don't even need to be using your phone actively. You don't have to have the screen on tapping around. These data calls are happening in the background as well when you receive an email and things like that. Okay. And this tells us that at the time, the device was connected to this particular cell tower and in this general direction up here, plus or minus a few miles.
Okay, at 11:53 and 20, the next slide, please. Steve Lawson again calls the Capital One number, and that call lasts for 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Can you show, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what that data is telling you?
Yeah, so it generally, in this case, might convey motion, or it might just be sitting at an intersection, again, bouncing across two towers there, depending on how much congestion there is.
Now, the next slide, please. At 11:56 and 26 seconds, we have a 4-minute and 49-second data call. And before we get into this actual slide, can you explain?
Coming in with all the cell phone facts today, Simone.
It took me a while for you to explain it to me to understand this. So does this mean I'm on ESPN for 4 minutes and 49 seconds?
No. So AT&T keeps track. They have their own way of accounting for the data call, it's not necessarily that you were always on the same app for a certain amount of time. It has actually no way of tracking that. They don't make that clear what denotes one data call versus the next. Sometimes it's exactly 1 hour and sometimes it's less.
Okay, and on this particular one, the first entry shows us what? And that's at 11:56 p.m.
Right, so this one over here?
Yes.
Yeah, so this indicates that we were connected to this cell tower at the time, and that this is kind of a rough area of service.
And the second one, and then we're going to talk more about this later, but the second one up there that says 11:56, it's the top right-hand part of the corner. It says no direction given. Can you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. On occasion, records that are gathered by AT&T are missing the face. Remember that I said that a cell tower has 3 faces, 1, 2, and 3? Sometimes that information is missing in the call detail record, and you can see that up there at the top right, where the face direction is not provided. We call that the azimuth, but in any case, it was not provided in the records.
And if you can slide that, make it smaller. And at the bottom, they have information, capital 1, and it says cookies. Can you explain, show us the time there and explain what cookies are?
Absolutely. So many of you may have experience with these, but anytime you go to a website and have preferences, or you log in, or even if they want to kind of track information about you, they'll generate a small little file on your phone, and it just contains just enough information so that when you go back to that website, your preferences are saved, you're still logged in, those kind of things. And these cookies were generated upon visiting the Capital One website at 11:59, 55, and another one, presumably with different information, but about the same website.
And that is the cookies related to capitalone.com.
Correct.
Is occurring during this data call that begins at 11:56, correct? Yeah. Now, if you could go to the next slide, please. Now, this is a call that's made this is actually a telephone call, correct? Mm-hmm. At 12:01 and 55 seconds. And Steve Lawson calls Joey Lawson. The call lasts 6 seconds. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what you're seeing here?
Okay, so the device is connected to this tower up here with a rough service area in this general area. Again, you can't place anybody exactly. You can't say you're on this road or you're in this house. You can just tell, on average, they're connected to this cell tower.
And if I can, before we move to the next slide, try not to make this thing long.
Okay.
Orient us. This is the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
This is Boston Road.
Correct. Yeah.
And this continues north on Boston Road, correct?
I believe so, yes.
What is this in regards to, Simone? Sorry, I had to let the dogs inside.
Go to the next slide.
Water.
Please. Okay, now we're at 12:02 a.m. The jury has seen in the slide just a second before, we have, what do you call it, the azimuth, is that right?
Correct.
So the azimuth's the little semicircle in between the 2 lines, correct?
It basically tells us which direction on the compass we're facing.
Okay, so a minute ago, we were facing kind of the northeastern direction, and now we're facing southwest.
Right.
Okay. If you go to the next slide, please. At 12:03 a.m., Joey Lawson calls Steve Lawson back, and they talk for 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Can you show, ladies and gentlemen, the jury what direction the azimuths are pointing there?
Yeah, they're pointing slightly northwest. Again, device could be located in any of this general area.
And we're still at this point generally speaking, in the Bardstown city area, correct?
Yes.
If you could go to the next slide, please. Now, this is a data call. So again, this would be apps or looking at some sort of something
Or anything happening.
or anything happening on your phone. And I want to stop there because I think that's important. If that could be an app updating, it could be all sorts of things, correct?
Yeah, I mean, your phones are doing this right now, and so is mine.
And that at 12:06 a.m., it shows a data call, and the azimuth is pointing northwest in the direction of Boston Road as you're leaving Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
Now at 12:07, 45, you see Steve Lawson makes a call to Brooks Houck that lasts 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that one is southwesterly facing, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, you can go to the next one. This is the first slide we've talked about Nello's location, I believe.
Right.
Okay, so we just showed, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, an azimuth that was somewhere in that general area, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you explain what they're seeing to them now?
Sure. So when we were talking about location services, how do you find where a phone is? We mentioned there's a number of different ways you can do it. You can use Google services and guess with Wi-Fi. You can turn on a GPS, which most services don't do unless you have literally a map open. And this is the third means. This is by cellular network location systems. And AT&T calls this Nellos. And these circles that you see are where AT&T, the network, not the phone, but the network, believes that this device is located. The smaller the circle, the more confident it is located right there. The larger the circle, the less confident.
So let's start with the 12:07:58 a.m. location, which I believe would be, or 12:07:55 location, which would be the green. And what meter level are they giving you there?
Right. So this is a 300 meter resolution, meaning that this device is within 300 meters of a center point here. So roughly 1,000 feet or so. So AT&T is quite confident that this device is located within 1,000 feet of a point in the center. It could be right on the ring, it could be right on the edge, but somewhere in that green circle, AT&T is quite confident that that device is there.
And at 12:07:58 a.m., if you can, that's the blue circle.
Correct.
If you can explain that
Right.
for me.
So at this time, the blue circle, again, it says we're roughly within 1,000 feet of the center point here. These two overlap, the green and the blue overlap, and that could happen entirely while sitting still, or it could happen while moving.
And the final one on this slide, sir, is 12:08:01. And how many, that gives a likely better than 100 meter. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so this is better than 320 feet. AT&T thinks this device is right somewhere here. Keep in mind, this is not something you can change. This is something the network does. Okay, so you can't, I can't sit here and take my phone and say, hey, Verizon, I'm going to fool you. It doesn't work that way.
And if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, we've talked a little bit about this, and I think hopefully the jury's starting to understand this. But at 12:08:03, Steve Lawson's phone has a data call that lasts 10 minutes. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on the right-hand side why we have all these different coordinates.
So this is the part that gets confusing, even for people that are used to looking at these records. This means that at some time, you might have been connected to multiple different towers, but it doesn't mean they all had to happen at exactly 408. So you might have started the call here and hit off these next 5 towers and ended the call somewhere else, but they are all associated with the 408 timestamp. It's confusing. I wish they didn't record it this way, but unfortunately, that's the type of records that we have.
I think Detective O'Daniel had testified sometimes they call it a handoff. Is that?
That's correct. So a cellular network is called that way because you have a number of cell towers that form, they call them cells of service, and you get handed from tower to tower to tower. And that's exactly what's happening in this section here. All of these are grouped under one time, which is confusing. And often I've seen law enforcement ignore the extras.
If you go to the next slide for us, please. Okay, here we have a variety of data from Steve Lawson's phone. I'd like to go through it. And this is occurring during this 12:08 data call that lasted 10 minutes, I think is what it was.
Yep.
Okay, so
Remove my face.
cookies, if you could explain the cookies for us, please.
Again, cookies are a file that gets downloaded to your computer or smartphone that contains information. It could just be something that tells you you're logged into a website. It could be preferences, or whether to display a website in degrees or Celsius or Fahrenheit, or it might even have information that websites use to track you as you go from site to site.
Okay, and beginning at 12:12 through 12:10 through 12:12, can you tell us what website we're talking about? Search.
Right. So this application is Radaris, which is, I guess, some sort of a people search application. You can find information about it. The service still exists today. Here, the phone accessed the website, or something else accessed the website, and here the application that uses that service, Radaris, is installed.
And then additionally, we have, looks like somebody was playing I Was Country when country wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Correct.
Or they search for it. This is a YouTube link that was visited, yes. Video.
Now, if we could go to the next slide. So this is kind of going back to the slide before the last one, where we had all of the information on the right-hand side of the column, correct? So if you could explain what the first data entry is there.
Right. So when we saw those data calls that had many different entries, and they were all linked to the 408 timestamp, which is in universal time, so 1208.
Hi, on
They are
top.
associated with a bunch of different towers. That doesn't mean at 1208 we were connected to all of these. It means that at some point we started the data call, and 10 minutes later we account for all the towers that we hit at some point.
Now, if you could go to 12:18:03, please. Now, this is another data call that is picking up after the 10-minute one that we just got through talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the first entry, if you could show us where that is.
Let's see, this cell tower here, that kind of serves this general region here. Again, your cell device can connect 5 up to 10 miles away to a cell tower, and it's going to pick as close as it can to the nearest one.
And that's the first cell tower. And that one is just south of the Bluegrass Parkway.
Correct.
In Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
Now, the second entry, if you could show, ladies and gentlemen, the jury where that is.
Right. So this is located north of Boston Road. I believe we calculated it somewhere around 5 miles north relative to Boston Road. And this is a pretty far north cell tower.
Based upon your experience, would you anticipate that you would access that tower if you were on the Bluegrass Parkway?
No, it's getting too far.
Oh, thank you for the
And
super
now the
sticker
third
on
entry
top.
we have
Appreciate
is
it. Be
the
safe driving.
second tower, which is north of the Bluegrass
Please.
Parkway.
And thank you.
That's correct.
Well, thank you so much. I
Now,
appreciate it.
that one doesn't have an azimuth, or correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's because AT&T with their records did not provide that.
Yeah, the record's missing. Yeah.
Now, during this point in time of this 6.5 minute data call, can you tell what the web history is?
Yeah, it looks like there was a login for a Google service trying to recover a password for tlawson486@gmail.com.
Now, if we can go to the next slide, please. And this is a 12/25/41 data usage. And again, now that is accessing the third tower, which is north of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Correct.
And we don't have an azimuth there because that information wasn't provided by
Correct.
AT&T. Now, if we go to the next slide. Professor, you didn't prepare this slide, correct?
Correct.
And ladies and gentlemen, the jury has seen it. It was prepared by Detective O'Daniel. He testified that he accessed a Google global positioning database that he had access to. And he testified that these were hitting on what's the north side, correct?
Yeah.
So would that be, and I know you didn't have access to this, correct?
Mhm.
Would that be consistent with that phone being on Boston Road?
Absolutely.
Is that consistent with what you've been telling them about where that phone may be located?
Yes.
We could go to 12/29. So again, 12/29 is a data call. It lasts 48 seconds. And that one is hitting on the second tower north of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And once again, AT&T did not give directional information. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Now, if we can go to the next slide. Now, this one is a data call on Steve Lawson's phone at 12:32 a.m. And it lasts 1 minute and 7 seconds. Can you show, ladies and gentlemen, the jury where that azimuth is?
Yeah. So we could be anywhere in this general location here. Keep in mind that the closest cell towers are to Boston Road are at the south. There was the one that you saw earlier far up north, but these are the most likely ones you're going to hit if you're on Boston Road.
Interesting.
Now, if we could go to the next slide. This is, again, this is part of Detective O'Daniel's report that, ladies and gentlemen, the jury has seen. And like you, he's going 12:25 to 12:31, and he's put the azimuths on there.
It was said if they celebrate on the
Again,
third
he
or fourth
testified
there.
that the global position, he
Either
accessed
way, yeah.
AT&T's global positioning, and the azimuths are pointing north on as it hits the tower and then the second tower. Is that also consistent with the phone being on Boston Road?
Correct.
Now I'd like to go to the next slide if we can. Now we're back to Nello's data.
Oh.
If you can tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what the Nellos data tells you about his location at 12:33 and 14 seconds, please.
Certainly. So Nellos, which is the network-based location service, this is what AT&T is doing to locate your phone, is placing the device somewhere here. There's overlap, but these are two requests that are being made. The phone is saying, hey, where am I? And the network responds. There are several towers it can hit off, one to the north, a couple to the south. And as a result, because we have several, we can get a much more precise location point.
Based upon Google mapping, is it even possible to get from 12:29 down here up to here in 4 minutes?
Yeah, so we calculated this, and the vehicle would have to be running several hundred miles an hour.
Now, if we could go to the next slide, which is, this puts the CDR records as well as the Nellos records together,
Yes.
correct? And is that consistent with your explaining with the 12:32 a.m. data use that
It was a Saturday, but here, like, we do fireworks on the 3rd. Most places do around here. But I don't know when
If we
like
go to the
Bardstown
next-
and them did their fireworks show or anything.
This is 12:33 a.m. And if you could tell us what directions those are pointing.
So the first call detail record, we have no direction. Just for all of you, the directions are after the latitude and longitude, there's a colon and the azimuth where the direction is given here. The first record has no azimuth or direction.
And if you can go to the next slide, please. And again, now we're back to Nellos information. If you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what that's telling us at 12:43 a.m.
At 12:43, the device is basically right in the heart of Bardstown.
And that accuracy is 600 meters.
Correct. About 2,000 feet.
I don't believe for Steve's trial that they had somebody
And if we go to the next slide, please.
like him. They bring Tim
And that's
O'Daniel
the same
for
time
sure,
that we're getting. Now this is back to the call detail.
but I don't
correct?
think the
Yes.
defense has a witness like this
If we go to the next slide,
because they only have like 3 witnesses for Steve.
we have a data call on Steve Lawson's phone at 12:45. It has multiple entries. What does that tell you is essentially where he's located?
So this is one of these confusing ones again, where over a period of time, in this case 23 minutes, we hit off of several of these cell towers. This doesn't say that you were at all of these at the exact same
For like
time.
a whole month,
It just means
really.
over those 23 minutes, you were bouncing off of various towers.
So, Professor, in looking, let's first start with the call detail records, okay?
Yeah.
In looking at the call detail records from when we first started this presentation to the end, leaving in Nello South,
Mhm.
is that consistent with Steve Lawson's phone traveling from Bardstown down the Bluegrass or down the Boston Road and back?
Yes.
Is it based upon the azimuths or the tower sector locations consistent with him traveling down the Bluegrass Parkway?
The Bluegrass Parkway? No.
Yes. And that's
Direction.
solely based upon the call detail
The
records.
CDRs, yes.
Okay. Now, let's take the Nellos data that you have. Is the Nellos data consistent with Steve Lawson's device leaving Bardstown and going down the Bluegrass Parkway in near Miss Rogers' car?
No, it does not.
Is it consistent with the device going from Bardstown down Boston Road and back to Bardstown in that time frame?
Yes.
If you put the two together, what does that tell you?
It still confirms to me that the phone was traveling down Boston Road.
Now, if we can go to the next slide.
Oh, nice.
We have heard testimony, or we've heard in the opening statement in this case that possibly Mr. Houck deviated on his way home into my old Kentucky home. And we ask you to take a look at that. Can you explain this slide for us?
Right. So we looked at several positions that were returned in the Google location history. And we mapped how long it would take to drive this stretch. Pull this up on Google Maps. It says it takes 3 minutes. Each one of the Google location pins, I don't believe they're on here, but they were mapped about a minute apart. And it's consistent with continuously driving along this stretch of the road.
And let me ask you a question because this came up in terms.
Sure.
So when the presentation was made, there was a circle over here. I'm not going to get it exactly right, but it's generally in my old Kentucky home in this, I guess, circular drive here.
Right.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
Why we would see that?
Sure. So remember that I mentioned earlier, your phone is always looking for Wi-Fi networks. Even if you turn off your Wi-Fi network, there's actually a setting you have to go way deep in to disable that. Most people never do. Your phone is always looking for Wi-Fi networks in order to tell Google location history and other services roughly where it is. That means it's going to see all these Wi-Fi networks off the side of the road. The point that was found here basically tells us that the cell phone was able to see some random person's Wi-Fi network there. Does Google know that Wi-Fi network? Yes, because it's been gathering this data over years and years and years. That doesn't mean the phone knew how to connect to it, but it saw it. And over time, it can
Basically,
locate
it points to
itself.
him being more on
So
Boston
you're driving
Road.
by, the cell phone is going to see that at some point.
And
It may be only for an instant, but that's enough for Google location history to say, I think I'm at a data point somewhere here.
And that's why it would show the dot there.
Correct.
Kind of as we've talked about over here when Steve was making this drawing with the Wi-Fi, that's why we're putting the device outside the circles, correct?
Correct. Yeah. The phone, it's guessing where it is. And that's why you have this radius there.
And if you could go to the next slide in the presentation, please. Okay, and now we ask you, based upon the Commonwealth's opening statement, to put these two things together.
Sure.
Okay, can you first show, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we have in red? What time Brooks Houck's phone accessed the Wi-Fi in my old Kentucky home?
I'll clarify and say what time it saw it.
What time it saw it? I'm
didn't
sorry.
access it. It saw that network at 12:08 and 14 seconds.
And if you can tell us at that point in time where Steve Lawson's phone is located per the Nellos data.
Yeah, so at 12:08 and 1 second, that device is located essentially on Boston Road.
I think
Is
it's
any
Brooks.
of the scientific data that you looked at in this case consistent with Steve Lawson's phone being on the Bluegrass Parkway between 11:50 and 12:45?
No.
Professor, if you want to grab a seat, I think I'm done. I just want to check with Mr. Shoring.
Thank you.
Just all the questions I had.
Okay, we'll take a short break. Yeah, I'm sure. We've been going a little bit over an hour, so I'm going to give you a 15-minute break.
So basically what this guy said was the more concrete data points put Steve Lawson up on Boston Road as opposed to on the Bluegrass Parkway. He explained, how it bounces off different towers and why. And so he's saying that all those Bluegrass Highway cell towers, it's most likely, then there was like the Nellos data by AT&T that put that information put Steve's phone
Court's in recess till 1:48
on Boston Road. So it was interesting. I think in Steve's trial, they do not bring a defense expert like this, which is kind of too bad because, but remember, they have no idea where Joey's phone is through all of this because they just did AT&T dumps, I guess. They also didn't have location data for Crystal either because she had it turned off, and
everyone may be seated. Council
she had
may
Bluegrass
call.
Yes.
as well.
Sir, you're still under oath.
So,
Proceed when you're ready, Mr. Young.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Shane. I'm the Commonwealth Attorney of Hardin County, and we'll be doing your questioning this afternoon. Okay. So I got some just basic questions. So what formal education or training do you have in specifically cell phone tracking?
So my specific education includes wireless networks and systems. Everything that a cell phone does.
And did you receive Crystal Rogers' phone?
Physically, no.
No, not the phone. I mean the download.
Correct.
Okay. And did you parse the data?
I did.
You did? Okay. And were you able to find that her phone was powered down at 11:57 p.m. on July 3rd?
I found a record to that effect.
Okay. And did not get turned back on until July 6th?
That appeared, if I recall correctly, I don't have all the timestamps in front of me, but I believe that may be accurate.
Okay. Did you review the Smarter Forensics report?
I did.
Okay. Did you find that to be accurate?
I found some of the conclusions to be inaccurate.
Well, we know Nick did.
And what were the conclusions you found to be inaccurate?
One of them had to do with, and you have to forgive me, I'm going from memory here. One of them had to do with a position that was.
Oh, okay. I got you. That they found that to be inaccurate too.
Okay.
The location down.
All right.
Yes, they actually testified to that yesterday. You're talking about the
retail me not.
Retail me not.
Correct.
They found that. He
All right.
went through and done the analysis and found that to be inaccurate.
Yeah. All right. And then in other regards, we're in alignment.
You two are in agreement on that. Other than that, retail me not thing.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And I think the jury heard that yesterday afternoon. Now, did you receive any training from AT&T specifically as it relates to cellular technology?
No, their technology is proprietary.
Okay. We're going to get to that here in a second. What percentage of your day is dedicated to cellular location?
It varies greatly from day to day. Sometimes I have multiple cases pending, and sometimes I have none.
So how many times average a week would you spend on it? How many hours a week would you spend?
I would say between 2 to 10.
2 to 10 hours a week?
Correct.
Okay. Now, cellular phones work off, tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm a very big novice at this, okay?
Sure.
So cellular phones work off radio waves, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, could you tell me how fast radio waves travel?
Through air, just a little bit under the speed of light. Yeah.
So it's about 300 million meters per second. Does that
That's
sound
correct.
about right?
Yeah.
That's pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. So even small differences can be big inaccuracies. Is that correct?
I think you're correlating the speed of light, which is one metric, with readings that have to do with a lot of other different components, just more than just the speed of light.
I'm talking about time.
Okay.
So if something's moving at 300 million meters per second,
Yes,
if it's off seconds, it can be a pretty big distance.
that's correct.
Okay, we're in agreement.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm like I tell you.
No problem.
If I misspeak, just tell me. Now, have you been involved in testing any cellular networks?
Testing their physical equipment, no, I don't have access to them.
Okay.
I do have access to software-defined radios, which work the same way.
Okay, but you haven't tested the actual cellular
That's
network?
correct, yes.
Now, how long have you been analyzing? Did you say 10 years you've been doing this with
That's
analyzing phone records and
That's
stuff?
correct,
Is
yes.
that correct? Okay. And how many devices have you located in real time using cell phone technology?
Yes, but at least he's not making us
In
cry.
real time,
Yes,
as
sir.
in getting the data from the cell service provider in real time.
Yes.
Not
And what software system do you utilize to perform your analysis?
I write my own software.
And is your work peer reviewed?
I have published papers that deal with cell
No, I'm
phone.
talking about this work is a peer review.
No, that would
Okay,
be
like O'Daniel had his stuff peer reviewed by another technology person. Yours is not?
correct.
Now, you're talking about call detail records, and is it Nelos or Nelos?
I've heard both.
Okay, guess it depends on what side of the creek you're from.
Correct.
And I assume you're here testifying today that you went through and made sure it was all accurate. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so based on your review of that short period of time, it wasn't a long period of time you looked at, right? About an hour at most,
That time window is hour and a half, I believe. Yes.
hour and a half. Okay, but you went through and made sure all that was accurate.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about what Nelos was, and how's Nelos generated?
So the specific technology is not made known. However, it uses a technique called multilateration, which means we are trying to track signal strength and potentially the speed of light calculations, not always, from more than one tower. Multilateration works best if you have 2, 3, 4 towers. If you have one, you don't get that.
But you're getting this from
I
AT&T,
think you
right?
lost this job.
Also, from my knowledge of how RF systems work.
No, with the numbers.
Correct.
So if you're getting
Yes.
that from AT&T,
Yes.
you're not generating those yourself,
That's
are you?
correct.
The
Yes.
600, the 1500 meters, that's all. How do they generate it?
So, again, without knowing specifically their technology,
Right.
they are ranging nearby cell towers with reference to the device. There are published papers that indicate how this works.
Right.
They use a combination of signal strength, RSSI, and they use, if the network requests it, round trip time.
But you don't know the formula they use, correct?
There are formulas in public domain that I have reviewed, but I do not have AT&T specific
Right,
ones.
because they don't let anybody have that, right?
That's correct.
Now, do you know why they generate Nellis data? Is it to actually, it's for system improvement, correct?
It is designed to allow your cell phone to know its approximate location without having to turn on a GPS or other tracking system.
But they use it to determine coverage.
Correct.
Right, it's almost like a quality control for them, is
It's a
that correct?
diagnostic tool.
It's not meant to track cell phones.
Sure.
Okay. You agree with that, right? That's not what it was designed for.
I mean, it provides network location to devices themselves. So, I mean, to whatever point.
What I'm not saying is it wasn't designed for that, correct?
I guess it's a secondary benefit.
Okay. All right. Now, how does AT&T, how do they source the data? Do you know?
So it's per subscriber, and as the transactions happen, they're recorded.
Okay. And how often do they perform maintenance and update their network?
I'm unsure about that.
You don't know how much they update it?
Nope.
Okay. Now, have you ever located a device in real time?
No.
Okay.
Not with Nellos. No.
With Nellis, no. And when I say real time, what I mean is like you're looking for something using Nellis.
Correct. I don't have access to
So Detective O'Daniel testified about finding babies using Google data.
Babies.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
Have you ever done anything like that?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. What have you done? Help me.
I mean, locate family members on Google Maps.
Okay, I got you. So Google gives you said Google's kind of like Nellis, is that right?
It has access to network location as one of its components.
And it gives an error rate, like a radius, right?
Can I qualify?
Yeah, go ahead.
There are three. The first is cell tower network location. The second one is GPS, which has a very precise error.
Right.
And the third is using Wi-Fi radios.
Right.
But the reason I'm qualifying this for you is that Google does not account for what kind of phone you have, its antenna structure, what their neighbor's Wi-Fi antenna looks like, how it's positioned. It can't know that.
Right.
So
well, go ahead. I know
it's quite variable on the last one, on the Wi-Fi location.
right. But it gives a radius of error, right?
I argue that the radius of error is not accurate.
Okay. Now, did you look at Brooks Houck's phone?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to determine that he was at 345 Pascal Ballard Road the entire day from 9 to 4?
I do not recall at the moment, but I recall seeing the device through Google location history there for quite an extended period of time.
Did you? Now, there's also a disclaimer on Nellis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what does that say?
It says that AT&T has 90% confidence in the results of its values.
Okay, I'm going to show you. I can show you the little one if you can. Do you need glasses? Are you good? Okay, I'm going to have you read. And you said that the disclaimer says 90% accuracy, correct?
Correct. It's 90% confident.
Okay, will you read that right up? This is an AT&T record.
Yep.
Okay, could you read that for me up there?
What is he?
It says the results provided are AT&T's best estimate of the location of the target number. Please exercise caution in using these records for investigative purposes, as location data is sourced from various databases, which may cause location results to be less than exact.
And you didn't read anything about 90% there, is that correct?
That is located in past Nellis records that I have examined.
Sir, that's the disclaimer on the records in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
It says nothing about 90%, correct?
If it's not on there, then it's not on there.
And I called AT&T and they've never heard of that, and they're going to testify later.
Oh,
Okay,
are they?
that's fine. I mean, I have records that indicate it.
Okay. Do you have them with you?
No, I'd have to. It would take about 15 minutes for me to get
All right.
that.
I don't understand this argument because this
And
guy
when were
told the
those
same
records?
thing. So basically, it's like
Case in 2018
no one really knows.
and another in 2020.
How are the uncertainty rate? And they're on the
Spoiler:
records.
they
is
do
what
not
you're
have an
saying.
AT&T
Yes,
person
printed on
that
each
comes.
page.
And how are the uncertainty radiuses on by AT&T generated?
I mean, it's math. So
No,
every data point, everything that you can measure,
right.
whether it's how many steps you walked in a day, how much water you drank, they all have an error. So that is AT&T's due diligence in saying you can never be exact about anything. Everything has to have some uncertainty to it.
Right. So, have you personally field tested Nellis for accuracy?
I have not.
You have not. Have you ever had your Nellis data peer reviewed?
No.
And are you aware that Nellis has been challenged and excluded in court?
I have challenged it. I have challenged it in cases where we put it in Camp 1, which is where we're not multilaterating, and that's not in our discussion today.
Okay. Because 600 meters or more, whatever.
That's multilateration, and I consider that very reliable.
You consider that very reliable.
Yes.
And I think you previously testified that there's a data point that was, hold on a second, real quick. That if there was one that was off in the 600 meters or less,
Right.
that you would question the entire data set.
I do not recall seeing that.
Okay. Do you remember testifying to Antonio Wilson?
Yes.
Okay.
But I believe, without getting into that case too much, that we were talking about something that had a radius of 10,000 meters, 10 kilometers.
Well, okay. And so you don't consider that reliable?
10,000, no.
Okay. 600 you do though?
Yes, because it's multilaterated.
Okay. Are you aware of any white paper that's determined NELOS to be more reliable than traditional call detail records?
No, but I'm basing it on experience.
Okay. But you've never tested that in real time, correct?
Not at the moment. Maybe I'll write a paper about it.
Maybe so. Now, how do you account in NELOS for interference in distorted radio waves?
Say one more time, please.
How do you account for interference or distorted radio waves regarding NELOS?
It should be a non-issue.
Okay. And how is your whole basis for the 600 meters? Okay. Is your whole basis for that is that it's 600 meters less is triangulated?
It's multilaterated. Yes.
Multilateral. I keep saying triangulated.
That's fine. It's the same general principle.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so if something's 10,000, say it's 5,000 meters radius, the company's saying it's somewhere in the 5,000 meters, correct? It's not saying that, and you would agree it's probably somewhere in there, but it's not very accurate.
No, I have seen cases where it is inaccurate. When you see those large ones, they're based off of a single cell tower.
Right.
And I have seen cases where that is not accurate.
Okay. And how long have you been applying that conclusion of 600 meters to your work?
I'd say the last 5 to 7 years.
Can you pull up slide 1 for me, Brian? This is not talking about NELOS, okay?
Sure.
I think we're just talking about, if you want to stand up real quick. So this is Bardstown proper, okay?
Yes.
And you've been to Bardstown much?
Interesting.
On occasion.
Okay. All right. And you said that this pot slice is pretty accurate, right?
It infers a direction.
Well, okay, I know it infers direction. You said that you said this was a rural area, and so it's more in a rural area. It's more accurate.
Yes, if I was sitting on top of that tower, I'd be looking in this direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, if the NELOS data point was off, would you question the other data points?
Can you please clarify?
So if there was a 600 meter or less data point that was off, would you question the other data points?
How far off are we talking?
I don't know. I'm just asking if it's off.
Well, so remember, and this is based on the AT&T records that I have.
Yes.
Where these records are shown as having a 90% confidence value.
Right.
That allows you to extend it a tiny bit beyond what they're saying. If it were off, I would have to re-examine my conclusions, but I have not found evidence to that.
Okay. Because do you remember testifying in Antonio Wilson?
Yes.
Okay? You used it was a case down here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Egger, you know Egger?
Yes.
All right. He was asking questions and was talking about, I guess there was some guy named Haran. I don't know who Haran is.
Yeah, the detective, yes.
Had, there was a NELOS point that was off.
Right.
Okay. And Eggert said to you, I don't mean to, no, he said, should this be disregarded? And you go, I don't mean to think any of this information should be disregarded. The only point in which that could be incorrect information is if it's either out of date or given an error. Is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. And then he goes, Eggert goes, I can't really imitate Eggert. He goes, but my point is, if the person did this report and that data point's unreliable, what does that mean? And then you say, throws into the question the accuracy of every location estimate that has been given.
That was valid for that case because there were some severe discrepancies.
Okay. And what do you consider severe? Like, I mean, just in a
one case in which
what is he trying to say?
This was a single,
There's a bunch of
not
errors with this
multilateral
data?
point was off by like a couple miles. Please don't hold me to the exact number, but it was significantly wrong.
Okay. Now, is there a reason why you chose not to map the NELOS data point at 12:07:38?
I chose not to map it.
I'll show it to you. I got it here.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can read that with that glasses. They're pretty good. It's this one here.
Okay. Better than 600?
Yes, sir.
I mapped them all.
Okay.
It wasn't my decision whether to include it in the presentation.
Okay. You didn't include that one in this presentation.
No.
Okay. Teresa, can we pull up number one?
It wasn't his decision. That's interesting.
You can come on down here with me.
Yeah.
Better be a big deal, Shane.
All right. You have to trust me, okay?
Yes.
I did this on Google. Do you use Google Earth?
I do.
Okay. Is it pretty accurate?
As far as we know.
Okay. All right. I don't know if this is going to mess with it. Yep. Let's switch spots with me. Okay. If you want to get over so the jury can see. This one you did do. This was the 300 meter mark,
yes.
Right? Okay. And this is the 600 meter mark here. Okay. All right. So just you a while ago, you used the outer lines, and just to give it the benefit of the doubt, you use the outer lines. Because you could be way over here, but we're going to pick the two closest points. Okay. Now, this data point was at 12:38. 12. I'm sorry. Let me get my piece of paper.
Sure. Right? Like, oh, okay.
12:07:38. I apologize. That's 12:03 with 38 seconds.
Okay.
All right. This one is 12:07:55.
Okay.
Okay. 17 seconds.
17 seconds between these 2 points.
Yes, sir. We'll use this one. Give you benefit of the doubt on that one and that one. Okay. Those are two. Would you agree those are two close?
Yeah.
You got to travel the road
yeah.
to get there. You can't just do that.
Right.
Okay. Do you know the distance between here and here?
I do not.
It's 7/10 of a mile.
Okay.
In 17 seconds.
Right.
How fast do you think you'd have to be going?
Well, let's assume. May I?
You go right ahead.
Okay. Let's assume that we're working with, again, I'm saying for the record, I've seen 90% confidence values in the post. Okay. I apologize that it's not on these records, but
You didn't put it on there, right?
I did not put it on there.
Yeah.
I'm happy to try to find them
So
for the court.
let me go through this with you real quick,
Yeah.
okay?
Right.
So there's a stop sign
Not
here,
letting him explain
there's
anything.
a stop sign
Okay.
here, and there's a stop sign here. Okay. So you'd have to stop at those stop signs,
Right.
If you want to drive legally, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I actually had somebody drive this. Okay.
Yeah.
You know how long it took?
Probably a minute and a half or so.
Minute 24. That's pretty good. Minute 24 seconds.
Right.
So you can come over here and say,
Sure. Yeah.
So we were talking about radio waves travel at 300 million meters per second. Okay.
Right.
And that is 77 seconds off. Is that correct?
No.
It said 17 seconds, right, to get there to that.
Right. But we're not working with that, with the speed of light in this case.
Okay.
If you take that 600 meter radius
Yep.
and you account for the 90% accuracy, you can stretch that to be on the road.
Okay.
That you're already up. No stop signs, nothing like that.
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. And that still took 50 something seconds.
Okay.
So it's still off by 43 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
No, not 43, 33 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big difference, right?
Potentially, yes.
Yes. And you just said if you found one data, you said you looked at the data points, right?
Right.
Did you find that data point?
I mean, they were all plotted.
Did you find the inaccuracy in that data point?
I did not.
No, you didn't. And you told the ladies and gentlemen sitting in the courtroom next door, right? If you found one data point that was inaccurate, you would call into question them all, correct?
Why didn't
That's what I
the
said.
defense
Yeah.
Yes,
object
it
to
is.
him saying he had somebody drive it?
So the jury, you would call into question all the NELOS data, correct?
For that case, yes.
Yes. For this case.
Is that what you're saying, though?
I'm not calling
Shane?
anything into question.
So you just testified if you found one inaccurate in that case, then you would call into question all of them.
We're talking about different cases, different years, different equipment.
It's NELOS.
But NELOS is not the same year to year.
Okay. This was in 2015. Was it better in 2015 than it is now?
No, it was less accurate.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that it was wrong.
Okay, sir. Now, you would say that Bardstown's a rural area, correct?
Relatively speaking.
Not the gotcha you thought, Shane.
Towers are messy, would you say?
More in urban settings, less messy in rural settings.
It depends on the topography, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how much have you driven down the Bluegrass Parkway?
I'm not recalling at the moment.
You
I
don't
did
know?
look. I did look at it in Google Maps to see.
Yeah, no, but you got, it's hard to.
Yeah.
You mean you got on the ground and drove it from?
I looked at it to assess the height of mountains. I don't remember what they were.
Okay. They're in the knobs. You familiar with the term the
I'm
knobs?
familiar with the term.
You know what the knobs are?
No.
Okay, they're big hills. Okay, and they go all the way up to southern Indiana and they come all the way around.
Okay.
Down Bullitt County and Nelson County all the way around.
Mhm.
Okay, and that can affect it, right?
Potentially.
Because radio waves can't go through hills.
No, but usually towers are located so that the Fresnel zone, which is your area of service,
Right.
is above the crest of the hill.
Right. And what I'm getting at is if you've ever driven it, okay, I've driven it. I don't know how many people have driven it, but I've driven it. You'll come up over hills and curves,
Mhm.
okay, and you'll see a tower.
Right.
And you can see the north side of the tower, the east side of the tower, and the south side of the tower at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. And you don't really know which sector you're going to hit on, correct?
I think, well, if you're standing on the cell site, then yeah, it's a crapshoot.
Well, no, you're not. If you're driving, you're not
But
standing.
if you're
on it.
driving, you're going to be connecting serially as you go by.
Yes. So you can be, even though you're not on the north side of that tower.
You would not be connecting off the north.
Huh?
You would not be connecting off the north if you're on the south side.
All right.
Keeps trying
Sir,
to
do
get
you
people to
remember
say that, including
testifying
his own
also in that
witness,
case
and
about
that wouldn't
towers?
say it either.
About towers, sorry?
Sectors?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Eggert?
Yes.
Does a phone always bounce off the nearest tower? And you said no, but okay, you said no in that case.
Correct.
All right. Does it bounce off that part of the tower it's facing? You go, I believe you're referring to the fact that the cell tower has several faces. I transcribed this myself.
Sure.
That services devices nearby. And there are many reasons, including signal loss, reflection, multi-pack interference. I have no idea what that is. Those kinds of things that would cause you to connect to the closest face that is supposed to service you. So yes, you would not necessarily be connected to the most obvious or closest face facing you. Do you remember testifying that?
Yes, and in that case, there was a building nearby the scene of the crime that would have caused those reflections.
Right. Such as a hill.
So not relevant, Shane.
Hills are tricky because the tower is located typically above that point.
Yes, sir. But some of them aren't.
Okay.
Okay. So it's the same thing. So I'm going to go and read the rest of it real quick. So if that is one of the assumptions underlying this, it would probably hit off the closest face. That is not a right assumption. You said it is not the one I think you could use to make a perfectly valid point. You remember that?
Not entirely, but.
Okay. Do you need to listen to it?
No, that's all right.
Okay. All right. So it's not necessarily the one you're facing that you're going to hit, correct?
I would have said yes.
All right.
I bet he doesn't have it ready to go.
Now, you went through the cell phones. You got Steve Lawson?
He's left a lot already.
I believe so, yes.
Were you aware that he deleted his Google data?
No, the return that came from his Google location history indicated there were no records.
Okay.
That is different than deletion.
Well, did you see this? Did you see if he had his Google location services turned on?
I did not.
Okay. Were you also aware that he deleted all the phone calls between him and Brooks Houck and him and Joey Lawson?
I was aware of deleted calls. I'm trying to keep the phone straight in my mind. I apologize.
And this wasn't one of those rollover things where, if you get 500 calls.
Correct.
It's because he had calls still left on before.
Yeah, I do not recall at this time.
Okay. Do you question that?
I have no basis to question it.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I did figure out how fast it took you. You know how fast you'd have to drive to get from one place to the other? 154 miles an hour.
Okay.
Is that what's known as a flyer?
I'm not familiar with the term.
Oh, okay. They were talking about that last trial you had. Have you ever, in your review of NELOS records, have you ever seen a NELOS data point indicating the device is in one location and within seconds jumps to an impossibly distant locations?
Yes, that happened in the previous case you mentioned.
And how many times have you seen this?
Plenty.
Huh?
Plenty, but for the really large error sectors.
Okay. So the big ones, anything over 600 acres.
Correct.
You ain't seen it that much. How many times have you seen that?
I have not seen that happen.
You saw one, well, not, I guess that was a great distance. That was, I'll give you that.
Am I supposed to believe he did that
What
math
is the
in his
purpose of
head?
having a NELOS data point?
I saw that impressive.
Who's the consumer? In which case? Are you talking about from the perspective of the network operator or from the subscriber?
Subscriber.
Okay, the purpose of it from the subscriber is you're able to make inexpensive location requests on your device.
Is it possible the device on the NELOS hit is somewhere other than within the radius depicted?
If we're talking really large radii, then yeah, I've seen it happen.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk about, I went through the records, went through more records. Okay, these NELOS records, these are NELOS records, right? These things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I went through some more and just was looking at them. And could you tell me, this is on what phone number?
I believe that's Steve Lawson's device. Am I correct?
Okay. Yes, sir, it is. And could you tell me what date that is?
That is July 17th.
Okay. And 2015, is that right?
2015. Correct?
Yes, it's the same month as I had. And the connection time was at 22:07:40 and 22:07:46.
Correct.
Okay. And the meters, it's right there, isn't it?
400
In
and
the sweet spot.
Yep.
Yep, 400 and 600. Trees, could you put up
On July 17th?
number 2?
What? Okay. Okay.
Can you come down here real quick? That was Milo's data, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to ask you to get over there because he doesn't like my equipment. Sure. So this was a data point exact on 62, actually, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's do this first. This one down here was the first one, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that's at what time?
That's at 6:07:40 seconds.
Okay, and this one's at when?
At 6:07:46, so 6 seconds later.
And what's the difference there?
A considerable distance.
Went 12 kilometers in
Yes.
6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on. That's back here. That's your 400 and 600 meters, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's stay over there real quick. I got another one. But
That actually doesn't help.
so this is the 400 to 600 meters that you're saying is multilaterated and reliable, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Trees, can you pull up the next one?
I think that solidifies. Oh, it was coming from the north of those towers on the Bluegrass Parkway, but okay.
Okay. I got the record here for you if you want to look at it real quick. I highlighted the relevant part. Could you tell me the date and time for that?
So these are occurring at 5:33, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and 45 seconds.
Okay. And is that for Steve Lawson's phone?
It appears to be.
On July 29th, is that correct? Okay. And the first one's at 5 seconds. I'm sorry, I'm getting too close to you. The first one's over there at 5 seconds,
Yes.
right? Okay, and that's on the Bluegrass, right?
Yes.
And then the next one, it looks like it's up here north of 62, right?
Yes.
And then the next one is down south, well, just a little bit north of Bluegrass. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So it went from here to here in 5 seconds. It covered 5 kilometers. And from here to here in another 35 seconds. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And these are all 600 meters or less, right?
Mm-hmm.
600, 400, 400. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've never seen that before, right?
I have not seen that kind of a variation.
Right. It's surprising, isn't it? Shocking. So.
Shocking. Okay. I don't get it. I don't see what the big fuss is about over here.
Let's talk about page number 27 of your report. Brian, can I use your number 27?
Yeah. I'm thinking the whole time, like, he doesn't really know a whole lot of what he's talking about with a witness like this. And sometimes it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
We don't have
It really makes you miss a lessee, you know?
So is there a reason, I'm just asking,
Good luck and
why
safe.
Why you didn't map it from here to here? Why you mapped it from all the way down here to here? Just curious.
I didn't create that map.
Oh, you did? Who did?
I believe that.
You were testifying as accurate.
Yeah, we reviewed that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's Trace, can you put on me? I'm going to use 2 different data points. Okay.
Sure.
I'm going to use just. Let me see here. Hang on a second. I'm going to use these 2. Okay. Trace, if you can pull up the Mile Kentucky home.
Oh, jeez.
Do you know how? What was that? What kind of service was that?
That's using Wi-Fi based location.
No. I'm talking about map. Do you know what kind of mapping system it was?
The mapping is Google Maps.
That was Google Maps.
Yes.
Okay. You think they're reliable?
I mean, it's an estimate for the length of the road.
Do you know if anybody drove it to see if it took 3 minutes?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Did you? Do you have proof that you had
Did not
somebody
know
do
that.
it, Shane? Oh, he
okay,
has,
here we go.
right? Oh,
All right. So I did it just from in here. Okay. And up to here. Okay. And I think it was about a little over a minute, right?
Okay.
Okay. And This was about 0.65 months. Okay. Okay, which would take probably over a minute.
Right.
Right. If you're doing the, not endangering people. You would agree with that?
Looks likely.
Okay, you can take it.
Infotainment. I love that song. Glad we have not had to hear that word in this trial the days before. Infotainment. There is, in my opinion, there are no gotcha moments with this witness at all. As a matter of fact, his moments would cancel out his own
Now,
witness.
did you review the tower? Did they give you the tower dumps?
He's like, if this
They
is
did?
inaccurate, then
Okay.
everything's inaccurate.
I was given one.
Yes, it's
What
one.
was your witness's testimony?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's one tower, but it's two different sets, like one 10 to 11, 11 to 1.
Right. Yeah.
And
Gary Brennan.
Steve Lawson's phone don't appear on that tower dump, correct?
That's what appeared in data.
And then neither does Joey Lawson, right? But they do appear on hitting on the towers.
For calls
or data.
Or data, yeah.
They do, right? And it's not unusual for data on your data dumps, tower dumps for data to fall off, right? It kind of overwrites itself after time.
Right.
So if you don't ask for it within like a pretty quick period of time, you're going to start losing stuff.
Potentially.
And I think these were asked for 8 years later. Right. So you'd probably lose a lot over 8 years later.
Very
right?
likely.
Okay. So there's nothing unusual about them not appearing, Joey Lawson or Steve Lawson not appearing on tower dumps, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Well, potentially, but yeah, I guess potentially is a good word for it. They could have fell off, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you agreed with me that cell towers, sector-wise, it's complicated. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What side you're going to hit on? There's a lot of factors.
Right.
Okay, because it's just not, that pie slice thing is a little deceiving.
It's simplified.
It's very simplified. Yes, sir. It is. And Brian, can I look at page 10? Thank you. Okay. So, and it would be, because you're saying Steve's up here, right?
Potentially.
Okay. Because this is not rigid. We agree with that. He could be up here. He could be down here, right?
Potentially.
Okay. Because it just really depends. There's a lot of factors.
Yes.
Okay.
If you were to look at data models that have been made of the actual cell towers, they have a slightly different shape.
They kind of, I saw one, you ever know some group named
We're
Vista?
almost done here, so.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. You ever seen their drawing of it?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
That is a single model,
Right.
and so it doesn't apply from site to site. That's the problem is, in order to do that in any kind of accurate way, you'd literally have to ward drive each and every tower.
You'd have to do a drive test, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, to make sure, and you'd have to do a drive test at the time.
You'd have to do it basically at every step.
And at the time close to it, because
Correct.
the equipment changes and stuff like. But this is not this thing here is deceiving. Would you agree?
It can be, yes.
Yeah, it could be. Look at, and I think O'Daniel described it kind of like a flashlight, and that you have a main beam. Does it tell me if this is not right?
Yeah.
You have a main beam that shoots down the way, right?
Right.
And then you're in a dark room, and then you have some that can come over. Does that make
Right.
sense? And actually, some even come behind you.
From what?
I guess
Just
very
light
strict.
reflects, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But you still have to point the flashlight
Now,
in
if
one
someone
general
told you
direction.
that they had moved
Like
Crystal
north?
Rogers' car on the Bluegrass, and you've seen all this stuff, would you argue with them?
Can you clarify a little bit?
All right. So, say for instance, this data applies to me. Okay,
Mhm.
it's my data.
Yeah.
What you've seen, and I tell you, no, I moved your car down the Bluegrass and put it there. Would you call me a liar?
What kind of question is that?
Based on everything we just talked about.
Based on everything that we've talked about, I don't like the discrepancies still with the tower sectors
Right.
and with the NOLA's data. I still think that they.
So you just told me that those are inaccurate.
I did not say those
Objection
words.
to that. That's a discrepancy.
Well, that record would speak for itself, what we just went through.
All right, let's roll the tapes.
Now, sir, how much were you paid to be here today?
I haven't today.
No, the whole.
I haven't added it all up, but I would assume somewhere around 10,000.
Okay, that's the going rate.
We have been working on this for about 2 years.
Yes, sir.
The university encourages faculty to engage in community engagement. This is such an activity that is recommended and indeed listed on our essentially job roles.
Yes, sir.
And I have the lowest rates of any expert witness because I try to make myself available to those who need it.
Now, I've actually worked with a Dr. Davis. You know Dr. Davis? UK
Medical school.
He's in medical school, yes, sir. He does blood alcohol stuff.
Okay.
Do you know him or know
No,
of him?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't love him?
I don't believe so.
All his money goes to UK. Does your money go to U of L?
No,
Fuck
it
you,
goes to me and it's
Shane.
disclosed as such in my conflict of interest form.
What a
Which is
dirty
illegal.
snake he is.
Now, there's a lot of talk about Capital One.
Okay.
Do you know anything about Capital One?
I mean, other than the cookies and the phone calls made, I mean, I've had a card of them in the past.
You own the car?
Oh no! Did
do.
you
If
donate
your
your
car was
money
stolen,
from
would you
being
call the
selected
finance
as a
company?
special prosecutor on this
I mean,
case?
that's not,
This case,
that's not for
Shane.
me to
Are
speculate.
you doing
Would
it
you?
for free, Shane?
I mean,
This
I don't know.
BS case.
I'm
you
a
have?
Probably not at first. I'd call the police.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
Now you had some people search saying Roderis or something. Do you know who he was searching for?
I do not.
Okay.
This is just Shane playing dirty because he doesn't actually have any freaking evidence for anything. And he knows it. That's why he's being a snake with some of these questions. Or
And I'm just
implying
asking that
things
because I
that
really
aren't
don't want to
there.
answer this. Does AT&T still use Nellos?
Yes.
Okay.
Shane is a dick. I'll say it. I don't care.
Give me 1 second, doctor. I may be done. Okay.
And quite frankly, Shane, I think he
I'm
made you
writing
look like an
something. I'm
idiot.
Probably not. Then I may be right. Okay. Oh, okay. No, she says I am now. So. Thank you.
Does Mr. Lawson have any questions of this witness? Or Mr. Butler?
Yes.
And for the redirect?
So if you can put the presentation back up for us.
What a little weasel.
Okay, if you could go to, like, Shane, do you have the exhibit? Sorry.
Right? Pissed me off too, Lady in Gray. Uncalled for and dirty. I mean, the guy has not been combative at all. He's been a very good witness. I mean, good witness for the defense, sure, but like, you know, very polite about the whole thing. And Shane was rude for no reason. And probably because he knows this guy is a better witness than what his was.
Okay, first, Professor, the Nello statement.
Yes.
Where did we get that?
Those are records supplied by AT&T.
And who requested it?
The law enforcement officials.
Law enforcement requested it. Testified about accuracy. Then we're going to come back to some of these things. Does 90% accuracy mean it's perfect?
No.
Now, let's talk about sectors first.
Mhm.
Okay, we're going to go back to kind of summarize. The sectors are from the call detail records, correct?
Right?
And the call detail records have nothing to do with Nellos, correct?
Correct.
Those are
Very.
completely separate records that are supplied, right? That are both requested by law enforcement.
Correct.
Now, if we could go to 120803.
Well, his client's the government, so he'll lie about anything.
which would be, I'm not sure what slide that is. I'm sorry.
You know, you
Okay.
shouldn't be allowed to be like, oh, well, we're having an AT&T person that can prove that wrong when
This
he's
first
not bringing
entry here,
anybody else. in the
that's pointing
scenario.
north, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fairness, that could be accessed from Boston Road or the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
That's correct.
Because the tower is south of both,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we go to 1218, this is the beginning of the data call.
Ugh, I'm so mad at him for saying that.
Again, at the beginning, it's south, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, does this tower connect to the Bluegrass Parkway?
It's too far, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Now, we have talked about if we go to Detective O'Daniel's first slide from 1218 to 1203. And as we talked about, the 1218 data call is 6 minutes and 38 seconds, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that goes from 1218 to about 1225. Is that right? Okay. Now, these towers, part of this data call, where are they directing you to?
It's connected to a northward facing azimuth.
Data call. Now, during that time it's connecting, the Detective O'Daniel prepared this report. We're going to stop right there. Mr. Young asked you some questions about,
It was
they get it wrong.
found on
Things a little
July
different. He said
5th,
something
Sunday,
about,
early afternoon.
could it go around the side? You
in the
recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And the point of that, I assume, was could it possibly hit the side segment or whatever?
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
On this data call, 1218 to 1225, as we're going from east to west, according to their expert, does any one of these little data call towers sneak around the side?
Does not appear to be.
Now, we can go to (1225) to 1231, and Detective O'Daniel's report. Again, we have the towers as Detective O'Daniel has mapped them. The ones on the left, are they north or south of the Bluegrass Parkway?
The azimuth is pointing north.
Do any of these, as it's moving, sneak around the side?
It does not appear.
Now you heard the we heard the geography lesson. Remember we talked about
They
how the
probably
knobs
can.
started in
But did they?
up in Floyd County in New Albany, and they went all the way down to Bullitt County. Recall that?
Yes.
And we were talking about radio waves bouncing off hills and so on and so forth. You recall that?
Yes.
Can you put up the picture of Miss Rogers' car? Huh. Do you see a knob right there by that cell tower?
Not in this picture.
no knob there, is there?
I do not see one.
Now, Mr. Young asked you about, you can take that now. Mr. Young asked you about a drive test. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You told ladies and gentlemen jury what a drive test is.
That is where you essentially go to as many points as possible in an area and you map signal strength, or you map whatever you're trying to find relative to a cell tower or a Wi-Fi network. It's an exhaustive search. Oftentimes it's done on every street in a city or block in a way to try to get a picture of what you might be connected to when.
And law enforcement never did that in 2015, correct?
I did not see one.
Now, you were asked about cell tower dump. You recall that. And brevity's sake, what's a cell tower dump?
Welcome back.
It is a listing of all the call transactions that have happened on that particular cell tower.
I don't know what you mean by being done by Brooks, but yes, this investigation was.
Purpose of
I
that
don't
is
know.
you can look at that and you
I'll
can
share my thoughts
determine,
later.
did the phone hit the tower?
Right.
And who requested the cell tower dump?
Law enforcement.
So now, you've testified before about Nellos, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, I think you've testified before that Nellos can be unreliable, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jury?
So typically I look at a number of factors. I don't just look at Nellos. I'd like to state for the record that I review everything on a case-by-case basis. So I don't translate findings from one case to another where they've occurred at different times with different equipment, different phones. You can't really compare them like that. What I have said in past cases is that where you have a Nellos record that is based on a single tower, which are these 1,500 meter and up, I tend to find that there have been counterexamples to that, which show that the phone probably may not have been in that area. So when I am assessing something, I'm given location records, I tend not to focus on those points. They give me a general understanding, but they don't tell me where something is. It's much like I know I'm in courtroom C, so therefore I know I'm in the Justice Building. But I can't say, well, you're in the Justice Building, therefore you must be in courtroom C. So those are the kind of records I stay away from. When I'm further comparing Nellos records, and I'm working with the smaller radiuses, the 600 meter and less, I usually link that up with other information, and we're looking at some of the call detail records, which are separate, as well as any location data that the phone itself may have.
And I want to break this down, and I'm almost done. We'll get you out of here, okay?
No problem.
I mean, I think that a lot of people got.
Let's talk about Mr.
I'm gonna star this to save this.
Mr. Young asked you questions about his version of what witnesses say.
Yeah.
Did you review any witness statements?
No, that was not the data.
So you don't have any information of whether witnesses were on drugs, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any information of whether law enforcement coerced people?
No.
You simply looked at records requested by who?
Law enforcement.
Now, let's break this down 2 ways. Actually, 3 ways. And then I'm done. Looking solely at the call detail records and Detective O'Daniel's report, where he was able to access the global positioning. Do you have an opinion about whether Steve Lawson's phone would have been on the Bluegrass Parkway, relying on Detective O'Daniel's findings as well as the call detail records that you've mapped for us, aside from the Nellos.
To me, that does not appear the case.
Now, I want you to set the call detail records aside, and I want you to set Detective O'Daniel's report aside. Looking at the Nellos data solely, do you have an opinion about whether that phone would have been on Boston Road or the Bluegrass Parkway?
It appeared very likely to be on Boston Road.
I'm sorry?
It appeared very likely to be on Boston Road.
Now I want you to do something that I think most of us all do common sense wise in our lives. I want you to look at both, because as a scientist, I said you look at
Hopefully
both.
not from the guy from last week.
If you look at the call detail
Might be that guy
records,
Kelly.
which includes Detective O'Daniel's report, and you look at the Nellos data, do you have an opinion about whether or not that phone was on Boston Road or the Bluegrass Parkway?
It appears the phone was on Boston Road based on corroborating sets of information.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross? Yes.
Can you put the picture back up there for me of the car?
And quite frankly, it makes more sense for Steve to be on Boston Road than the Bluegrass. That's
Sir,
where his car was.
Do you know what tower this is?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know what? You can see basically three sides of that tower up there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it could probably connect to any of those three of them.
I would expect it to connect to the one that's closest to you.
You would expect it, but you testified before that it's complicated, right?
It's complicated when you have other circumstances such as buildings and reflections.
But you can see all three sides there. Do you even know if there's an AT&T tower? I
That doesn't.
I'm not sure. If it is the same image of the towers we were looking at in the database, then that was an AT&T tower. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's it. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither.
No, me neither.
And you said you've never driven down through there. Is that correct?
I may have at some point, but I did not for the
Could you
purpose
put
of this
that
case.
Detective O'Daniel's pie thing up there for me? Yeah, the pies.
Which one? There's two.
It doesn't matter.
He's not even listening to what he's saying.
There you go. That one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's fine. And we talked about there can be bleed over, right?
Yes.
There can be bleed over here. I mean, that ain't a very far distance right there, right? That's pretty close. And then here, it's pretty close, correct?
If you were driving across the Bluegrass,
Yes.
I would expect faces are switched, and they did not.
To what now?
I would have expect faces to have
What I'm-
switched.
What I'm saying is,
They did not.
it could bleed over, correct?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, a bit. Okay. Thank you. Now, Joey Lawson had service through Q-Link. Are you familiar with that?
Not directly, but I know of it.
Okay, and do you know who the provider was back in 2015?
You may.
I do feel like defense is not objecting a couple of times where they probably should have, just to break him up. But
I would just ask you to rephrase and say we heard from a witness that he had that. I don't think that's the establishment. Yeah, but that's, you got to believe her. I mean, these methods, I think you have to say we heard testimony that he had this, as opposed to, yeah, I'm sorry.
Just get warmed up.
it's because he ain't got nothing.
We heard testimony that Joey had Q-Link. Do you know who the provider was in 2015?
To my knowledge, it's a virtual network provider, so it could have been Sprint.
It was Sprint. Yes, sir. That's good. That's Sprint. And when did it connect it to the AT&T tower?
Depends on the device. So MVNOs.
This was a government phone. Now, I don't know what those are.
So it probably had many bands.
Okay.
Right? MVNOs are agreements from the virtual operator with a bunch of different providers. It could be Sprint, it could be AT&T. They may have roaming agreements.
This was Sprint.
Right. I understand.
Sorry.
Go
ahead.
So could the phone specifically have connected to AT&T? Yes, because there are multi-band devices out there. I don't know what kind of device he literally had. So if you're asking, could it connect to an AT&T tower? Yes, it could possibly can.
But me and you both agree that waiting 8 years to get the data or whatever
Right,
it's
it's a problem.
probably
It's a
going
big
the
problem.
odds of getting it are slim.
I agree.
Because for
Okay.
some
And
reason,
and I know Mr. Butler said that it was law enforcement that subpoenaed the NELOS data, and Tim Daniel says he does not rely on NELOS data, and I know you do. I just want to go back and make sure, right before we start that whole conversation about NELOS, you sat here and you told this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when you went through and verified all the data points and they were accurate. Is that correct?
I reviewed them.
Yes, sir, and that they were accurate.
They look accurate to me.
Okay, and they're not, correct?
What basis are we reviewing?
Sir, that one we put up there were 17 seconds between the data points. That's not accurate, correct?
There appears to be a contraindication.
No further questions.
Anything else from this witness? Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be foundly excused?
Yes, sir.
but if that
You're
throws
probably
off
excused.
his
You may go.
time
I guess we were subject to the recall, but we can certainly leave.
and the accuracy
subject
of
to
data,
recall,
doesn't
okay?
that
Let me see
apply to
counsel
his own
defense.
witness as well? I don't know. I'm over Shane though. Over him. I bet him and his wife didn't donate all that extra money they got by being special prosecutors on this case, did they?
Well, Brian thinks he's going to go to noon. Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Just gonna,
Talk.
yeah, I was just going to try to figure out how long you thought we'd be going tomorrow. You've got some witnesses.
I've got 2 witnesses. I mean, theoretically, I could recall him, but I doubt it. What time did we start?
8:30.
No, what time did we start in? 12:30?
12.
12:30.
12:30.
I mean, do you have as long as crosses on there? I'm guessing we're done by 12:30.
Are you all calling any witnesses?
No plans to.
You
Oh,
got some
yes.
rebuttal proof you can-
2 or 3.
So you think we can wrap up tomorrow about the same time as
We're going to wrap
today?
up to about the same time, maybe a half hour later.
Do you all mind if I go ahead and tell the jury we're in agreement that this is all for today?
Yes, sir.
That I tell them we'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. We'll probably go. We think sometime. We finish before 4 is our guess. And that they'll be back on Monday, and the closings on Monday, and then Tuesday will be deliberation.
Yes,
So
sir.
we can make plans.
And I think we told them Tuesday was our day.
Yeah, that's what we told them.
Yes, sir.
And there were some that had specifically written, July 9th on. I didn't go back and check those as excuses. So you do what?
I think we're going to be good.
That's the 8th, is the Tuesday.
I mean, if they go from 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
2 in the morning, I think they've given a good effort.
Well, I thought we were going to do, what were we going to do? I thought we were going to send it to the jury on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We were going to do our closings and then send it to the jury on Tuesday. Okay.
We do the closings on Monday.
Yeah, correct.
I would ask if there's an expert coming to disclose what they're going to say, so we have some time.
I don't. Okay, if there is that one, I'll give it to you.
Yes, I mean, it's not an expert, obviously.
No,
don't
I don't know
want,
if
but I
anybody's
think
gonna be
we'd
an
entitled to an expert.
You may call
opinion
Rick
or something.
Sanders an expert.
Huh?
Rick Sanders.
I'm talking about this phone stuff running.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. Well, the AT&T lady's coming.
The AT&T is not
She's
coming.
going to say that it's not 90% accurate.
Okay, that's, I mean, is that it though? I mean, because that's
Pretty
different.
much. Yeah, I don't really know.
Just
They
mean
won't. They won't testify to too much. To be honest with you, they're like these are not like experts. Okay, these are just their trial testimony people that don't get off script.
They're single issues.
Yeah, I was going to say there's an AT&T engineer coming in here. I need to know more than that.
All right, Brandon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a picture, letting you know exactly how this case is going to progress at this point. We're going to call it a day today. We're going to come back in tomorrow. There's 2 more witnesses the defense is going to call. There may be a piece of rebuttal proof from the Commonwealth. I think we'll be finished tomorrow. I think by 4. What our plan is to come back on Monday, and on Monday you'll be given the instructions, and you'll get to hear the closing arguments from all 3 parties. And then we're going to call it a day so you can start the next thing on the deliberations. I don't want to send you out Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock, and you'll have a long time to deliberate. This will be a fresh day to start the next day. So it looks like we're on chart when we start it. There's going to be a 10-day trial. Looks like we're going to definitely have it all to you on the 10th day. So we'll let you know that right now. And you should be back at 8:30 in the morning. The same admonitions are still in
Well, we will
place.
not be here at
Do not
8:30 in the morning.
discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you.
Okay.
If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to finally make up your mind about the case until all the evidence has been presented, the instructions have been provided to you by the court, and you've gone to the jury room to deliberate and consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. Again, the decision has to be based solely upon the evidence that's presented in this courtroom. Should no one do any type of research, please don't read any media reports related to this case. Anybody have any questions before we let you go today? See y'all tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all for this video for today. I'll let it run to the next one so I have it queued up for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a short day too because it looks like they only have 2 witnesses that talk tomorrow, but quite lengthy. The defense anyway has
Court's in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank you all.
Jeffrey Schatz. Oh, I don't know, but he's a cognitive psychologist, and then Denver Butler, who is a retired Louisville Metro Police Department sergeant, is who's going to be on tomorrow. Now, don't go. I'm not going to go just yet. I'm not going to go just yet. No, I do have to watch Big Brother soon. The live feeds, because I hear they're getting spicy, maybe. No, so we were talking earlier about the investigation and things like that, and how I personally think that they don't have anything. They have next to nothing in this trial. And most of that is blamed on the investigation. But it's not just. So we know that it went to the Nelson County Sheriff's Department, took over as they do. Okay. But then shortly after, the Kentucky State Police comes in and helps them out. And then shortly after that, the FBI comes in and helps them out. So we have a lot of different agencies that have been around since pretty much the beginning. And then they don't recover cell phone dumps or ask for them for 8 years. 8 years? I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? And so you have, and the IRS. Let's not forget the IRS was involved. Searching as well. Now, we know from when I did the deep dive case file there that there's like, I can't remember if it's 200,000 or 400,000, but it was a ridiculous amount of hundreds of thousands of written documents that were turned over to Steve Lawson's defense attorneys. Because they were like, we've only been on this case for 8 months. We can't even, and that's just written documents. There was still hours and hours and hours of interviews and videos and recordings and all sorts of things. And so we know that there is a huge amount of things collected. Okay. And that's a lot from all different agencies that have different access to different things. And out of all of that information, the Commonwealth has decided that what they have presented to us is the most slam dunk evidence that they have. Enough that they thought they could bring charges. And don't get me wrong, we know what the verdict is. I would not have been my verdict, but different strokes for different folks, I guess. And so that is not great, because if you watch any trial where the partner kills the other one, there are certain things that you can just pretty much guarantee the state is going to use anything they can and will. It's in your Miranda rights. They can and will use it against you in court. Okay. But we don't got no text messages. I mean, we've seen text messages from Brooks in his phone. There's none to like any other women, to his brother, none of that. Do I think Brooks did it? Yes, I do. I am debatable about whether or not the Lawsons had anything to do with it. And here's why. Because the only thing really connecting the Lawsons to anything is hearsay from not reliable witnesses. Okay. Like most of these witnesses are unfortunately not credible. You know, I'm not saying they're lying. It's just, it's really hard to find them credible because most of them were on serious drugs at the time of this, or had, quite the record and was facing going to jail. And I find it so interesting that all of a sudden, when Shane is put on the case, they get all these confessions from all these people. I don't know. Plus, the Lawsons are known to be notorious liars. Now, Steve has admitted to being there on the parkway because Joey called him and he needed to pick up because there was a flat, and then he moved the seat and grabbed a bat or whatever. But that does come after being questioned for a very long time by police. And it also doesn't quite make a lot of sense. Now, Joey has said nothing to anybody. So I think that is interesting. Ugh. And Crystal is still out there and they don't want her found. I mean, that's the thing too, right? So Joseph and Stephen, the father-son duo, were charged with conspiracy to murder. Okay. Conspiracy to murder is what they were charged for. Have you heard any conspiring done in this trial involving Joseph Lawson or regarding murder? Okay. Now, conspiring to what they're implying that they moved this car, they got rid of evidence. That is not, that would be like accessory after the fact or something like that. But no, they charge those two with conspiracy of murder. But Brooks doesn't have a conspiracy charge. How does that make any sense to me? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think the reason that this trial is happening is because of politics. That's what I think. Find out who was running in what office, and you're going to find your answers to a case like this. You know, because again, don't get me wrong, I do think Brooks had something to do with it. I would put good money on that. But just because you think somebody did something, you have to be able to prove it. They haven't proved anything to me. Now, for other people, maybe they have, and that's okay. Everyone is entitled to their opinions and all, but just annoying. And I do not like Shane. I have grown to really not like him. Way too much meth involved. Yes. Oh my goodness. You know, and that's the thing too, right? Is that because of their lack of other evidence, a lot of their evidence is credibility of witnesses. And believe you me, okay, a prosecutor does not want to put any people like that on the stand. Like at all. They want to avoid it at all costs because everyone knows that person can't be credible. And how many did they put on the stand where we're all just like, do they even know what day it is? You know, like, oh, geez. Oh, well, thank you for that tip, Simone. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Nothing but that. No, and I really did not appreciate Shane's comment about how, well, there's a medical doctor at UK who he sometimes testifies for us, and then he donates his money to charity. Like, what? Why would you even? He doesn't even want to know the guy. 2, you're saying that the state is using taxpayer money to pay a doctor who doesn't even actually want to get paid. They'll just donate it to charity instead of donating their time. And this guy said that he has one of the lowest prices so people could afford his expertise, which is very generous, very generous. And for him to be like, but somebody else donates all their money. Well, you don't know his life. You don't know his life at all or what he uses the money for. Maybe he has, sick old parents in a home and uses the money for that. What are you doing, Shane? Where's your money going? Where's your extra special prosecutor money? Where are you putting that, Shane? And that was just those low little blows like that. It's because he knows he's not confident in his case. Because that's why he asked those questions, because he thinks the jury will be like, oh, you're already making money, because jurors don't watch trials like we do, so they're thinking, for example, every time he's asked the last 2 witnesses if they got paid to be here, it doesn't bother to tell them that, guess what? His expert witnesses also got paid to be here. They don't tell jurors that. A lot of jurors don't know that because they're not trial nerds like we are. But it's not, I mean, good for him, I guess, for being a philanthropist, but I thought that was a really, really low and rude blow. That was not necessary at all. And that's because that was a very good witness. He was very good. Personally thought that he did a better job than O'Daniel because I didn't follow a lot of what O'Daniel was saying. And I do feel like this guy broke it down in just more common ways to understand. And I think Shane knew that. So he wanted to, try to embarrass him or humiliate him in front of the jury, even though he was a very nice guy. He wasn't confrontational in any way. Shane said a bunch of dumb shit that I would have been like, sir, you are an idiot. Quit asking me questions. Why are we even going here? And he never once did that. He never treated him like he was less than, right? But Shane sure did. Sure did. Anyway, oh geez, only 2 more days of this trial, and it just makes me mad. It makes me really, really mad because again, if the state has this little evidence and they're putting people away for the rest of their lives, even if you think he did it, this shit happens to innocent people all the time. All the time. So I don't know, because the only reason that he has expert witnesses is because Brooks is paying for them. Steve Lawson doesn't have these experts coming on because then the state has to pay for his defense witnesses for being indigent. Or, no, that's not right. Indigent, right? Is that the right word? I don't know. Anyway, well, that is all I have for you guys today. Tomorrow we will be back at, what time did I say? 10 a.m. Eastern. And I think it's going to be a short day too, because it shows it's only going to be like 4.5 hours tomorrow, maybe. And then we'll finish it up on Wednesday. This is why I like watching trials a lot more than just reading about them. Because then you can see and hear with your own eyes, like inflections and, whether somebody is being dodgy or not, or whether the lawyers are being dodgy and whatnot. I'll say this about Brooks' attorney. All right. These are not super slam dunk, attorneys that we saw in Karen Reed. Okay. But his attorneys are being very polite, not rude. They're not going into places trying to get stuff in, knowing that they shouldn't. Right. Like he said that a few times about like, when his sister was talking about being threatened and stuff like that, his lawyer does seem, cautious. Simone says they love to intimidate people unnecessarily to see how they react, regardless of the trauma they might cause. Yes. Yes. And these people were desperate to solve this thing. But here's the thing. What did we solve? We still don't know where Crystal's body is. We don't know where she was murdered, how she was murdered. Who all was there. If that happened, we don't know anything from this trial. I've learned literally maybe 2 things that I didn't know before. That's it, and that's a problem. That's a problem when you've had 10 years to investigate. And this is what the state thought is their best slam dunk evidence against these guys. Makes me question. I know, right? I love meeting all you guys too. Lady Ingress says people just don't really consider the absolute power of the government when it comes to trials. Yes, they have all the resources, monetary, expert wise, the power. It is much, it's huge compared to literally anyone, even somebody that has a buttload of money. Guess what? The government has even more money. Okay. And there's some shady stuff going on in this trial. I would be pissed, honestly. If I lived in Kentucky and Bardstown, I would be just as pissed as the people in Massachusetts. And I would be asking for some answers. Really, I do mean that. Because this isn't it. And I think right now, maybe people in the area are feeling like, okay, we got some answers, but I'm curious to see a couple years down the road if, they're like, hey, wait a second, this isn't, or watching it now, after it's happened compared to what they hear and read. I don't know. Lady in Gray says, I bet that question about the expert pay wasn't presented the same way in the press. Right? Exactly. Who was the one? Oh, because when I was looking up the news when this was going on, the updates, right? They made Danny Singleton sound like a reliable narrator, okay? And being like, yeah, Rosemary Houck told me this thing. We watched that with our own eyes and ears, okay? It was not as confident as they made it out to be. And I'm not that's just how things get lost. And hard to put into words sometimes, but he was an unreliable mess. I don't think he ever knew what was going on. Well, they are no AJ. No, and I don't think, those were some really great attorneys, and I don't think that maybe we should necessarily compare attorneys' presentations, but I will say this. I think Brooks's attorneys are doing a fairly good job, but they don't have the passion that I think that is needed in this case against the state. Because as we said, the state has all the stuff on their side. And if you're trying to say they're framing, they're lying, they don't have any evidence, I'm going to need you as a juror, as a civilian, I'm going to need you to bring that when you're presenting evidence, when you're questioning witnesses. Because if you're just, like Joey's lawyer who did his opening statement, I don't believe he believes what he was saying. It doesn't seem like he really even knew what was going on. And so I do feel like maybe if Brooks's attorneys had been a little bit more oomph, it could have went better. But then again, maybe that's not, we were in Massachusetts when we saw everybody, which is a very different vibe than Kentucky, than the South. Like that, maybe being aggressive in the South is a big no. I don't know. I don't know. But I do like to see that when we're having a trial that is like this, where it's very circumstantial, minimal evidence, circumstantial evidence at that. Oh my God, they were trying to throw the tinted windows thing since the beginning. Well, this guy definitely did it because he tinted the windows of his truck 2 days before. That's what makes him guilty. How many times did they bring that up? And then today, we learned that Crystal's car had tinted windows. Rhonda's car has tinted windows. That Eli has a severe eye condition. But remember, this is the Commonwealth slam dunk evidence they have against Brooks, knowing damn well it means nothing. Shame on you, Commonwealth. Shame on you. Someone says exactly. Even the Diddy trial couldn't be televised because of their celebrity status, but they still had artists capturing the power moments. Well, here's the thing, though. That's federal trials for you. Federal trials are never televised, ever. And I call BS on that because I think they should be, especially the federal government. I'm sorry. We should definitely be able to watch those trials, but they do not at all. Sometimes they'll allow audio, but New York, any case that's ever in New York, even state level, they don't televise anymore. So you're never going to see a live trial currently. Currently, that could change in a couple years, but no, that's why when I see cases out in New York that I'm interested in, I'm like, well, we're not even going to see it. So, and California, same for California. They are very not great with that. Someone says, after the Supreme Court ruled on what diplomatic immunity was allocated to, it became a vendetta for a lot of people in a public forum position, and they lobby for these legislatures. But anyway, I get worked up because I just don't like seeing injustice done, and I really do feel in this case that justice is not being served here, even though we know what the verdict is. Not on my book. But also maybe it's because I've been doing a lot of research for some upcoming shows on coerced confessions and improprieties like that maybe I'm a little jaded right now. Because there's another trial coming up soon. Well, we're going to cover the case on True Crime and Wine Time in a couple weeks, so I'm not going to spoil it. But there is a new person that got a retrial, and the fact that he was convicted has me fired up in the first place. So this stuff happens all the time, and I think that too is why we need to have a very high standard when it comes to the government side of things. Like, that burden of proof is supposed to be high, and a jury should hold it in the highest regards. And I don't think they necessarily know that, but we should hold courts accountable for that. Oh, Richard Allen, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on that trial. Ugh, it makes me so angry. Because I don't really, that trial too. They try to railroad everybody in all different places, all for political gain, if you ask me. Kelly's like, yeah, I know. I know how passionate you are about Richard Allen. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, and this goes with a lot of confessions. I personally do not put a lot of weight on confessions by anybody. Because I just don't. Or at least I'm not going to put all of my eggs in a confession basket, right? Now, in the research I've been doing for a different case, I guess when it comes to like confessions by a defendant, juries, according to some research, it's like 50-50 on whether or not they're going to include those or not. But apparently most people think that if the person confesses, they don't need any more. We're like, that's good enough for me, without thinking of the circumstances of that confession. Is somebody locked up with solitary confinement before they're charged in a prison for, 6 months? Because that's really reliable. I don't see how people can buy those at all, but okay. And then even Steve's confession in this, but either way. Kelly says, chat, I'm going to have some medical stuff done very soon. Please put me in your prayers. Absolutely, Kelly. I didn't know that. I hope it's nothing too serious, but we'll definitely be sending you all the positive vibes and thoughts. And hopefully that all works out fine. If anyone's wondering, Terry's doing okay. She did have a surgery last week. And she's having a tough time through it. She's good. It's just having a tough time. So if you see her around, also give her lots of love and prayers too. All right, you guys. Well, I am going to get off of here. That was enough ranting for today, I think, for me. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here. Until next time, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.